Hi everyone! Hello, 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 hi, how are you doing? Welcome in everyone. I'm going to be starting the stream in just a couple of minutes. People who are used to my antics know this pattern. I am buying myself a couple more minutes to get a hot drink. I advise that you do the same. Thank you so much to Valerie Valkyrie, who's already tipped £3. You will notice that the goal for the month for donations is a little bit higher this month. That's because my birthday is June 5th, and I am trying to save up to book a summer trip to New Zealand where I was born, since I'll be turning 30, so it's quite a significant birthday. So I'm increasing the goal this month. There might also be at some point like a little fundraiser link, like a GoFundMe or something, to gather together donations as a birthday present from like my friends and family. But for now, yeah, I've set the donor goal a little bit higher, so please consider supporting the stream. Please consider paying for the stream if you are enjoying the stream, which will start properly in 2 minutes. everyone! Hello, 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 and hi, and welcome in. It's lovely to have you all here. Welcome to the stream. It's so nice to see you all. Welcome and hi and hello, and welcome to the Liberal Slop stream. Hello to Ninny161, Artist Synth. Lovely to have you here, Artist Synth. Valerie Valkyrie, B-Rat, Vertigogosaurus, Jenny Azoth, Gumba Master, Morrigan Faye. I love when all the first messages in the chat are just an array of different names. That's really nice. Hello Hermeneutics, lovely to have you here. Welcome in. Hello Wendy, Pixel, Curatic. See, I tried to be really deliberate with it and I still messed it up. Hello, Wendy, Pixel, Curatrix. If I try it faster, it's easier. Valerie Valkyrie, and also thank you, Valerie, for the tip. Morgan, I already said Morgan, okay. MHMDSSOO, hi, welcome to the chat. First time chatter, lovely to have you here. Link Retro, welcome to the stream. I'm going 3-stream mode, that's true. Weirdo of Oz, welcome to the stream, and meow meow. Vodrella, welcome to the stream. B-Rat, welcome to the stream. Princess Beckknight 666, welcome to the stream. It's so lovely to see you. And I think that's everyone. I think I finally did it. Okay. And Willow Trees, and welcome to the stream as well. Lovely to have you here. Okay, how is everyone doing? I am the most wound up, and the most tired, and the most angry, and the most excited that I've been in a very long time. The reason is that, as I've been discussing on previous streams, my landlord is trying to kick out a ton of people on the estate, and they're trying to raise everyone's rents. They're trying to raise the rent here by £250. That's completely ridiculous on the face of it, right? But we've heard as high as like £900 increase. It's all completely ridiculous. They are just like firing out rapid fire Section 21 eviction notices around the estate. And it's pretty nasty. It's a pretty nasty time. B-Rat raises a good point. Happy International Workers' Day, everyone. So, what was I going to say? I've been doing a ton of community organizing, and it's pretty sick. We have put together what have we done so far? Several meetings. Meetings are always the core of everything. We flyered the whole neighborhood to let them know about a meeting and get them together into the community, the WhatsApp community. We have some exciting leads that I can't really talk about, except to say, like, if you are the landlord of the estate I live on, you should be shitting your pants. You're in a lot of trouble, bud. And I can't talk about it. I can't share it yet. We're waiting on some confirmation for some stuff, but I'm pretty sure the stuff is true. And if the stuff is true, which I'm pretty sure it is, yeah, they're cooked. They're completely cooked. But it's been really nice. We got we we got everyone together to do a paperwork session just last night actually, and it was chaotic as you'd expect, but also just really cool to have everyone come together. And like we met in a place that's just like one or two streets over, so it was very like everyone was going back and forth in the neighborhood, and we're all seeing each other and chatting and stuff. It was really, really lovely. And the landlord went around handing out Section 21 notices while we were meeting, which, like, even if he hadn't massively fucked up by delivering them late in the day, which legally counts as the next day, May 1st, when the Renters' Rights Act comes in and Section 21s are abolished, um, it was still just like an obviously like spiteful move. That's just gonna, and that's not even the thing that I'm excited about that I can't share with you. You'll know the thing that I can't share with you by me not sharing it. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna say what it is, but it's very exciting. And yeah, we just like have pulled the neighborhood together to like centrally organize, and it's kind of, our estate has become suddenly a big deal in the run up to the election, because like the Labour and Lib Dem candidates both want to like be seen doing stuff to help us, because like obviously housing is like very much on the ballot in this election. Like a lot of people are really wound up about renting specifically, just housing in general. Yeah, so like it's cool to have like them trying to court our estate, like everyone's trying to take us to the prom. Vertigogosaurus says, I'm going to guess Section 51 is some kind of English eviction notice. Section 21, I did say earlier, it's an eviction notice, yes. It's being abolished today, actually. The law has changed and it's no longer legal to serve one. But there are all sorts of reasons why it might not be valid, even besides that, even for ones that you've served before the law changed. All sorts of reasons. And some of them might even cost the landlord money. Some of them might make them have to pay you rent. Anyway, it was just really lovely to get everyone together, and it's like when we talk on Red Planet about like organizing strategy and the first steps in organizing community, where you have to like identify natural leaders, what that means in practice is like sort of just seeing where the big characters in any group of people are, just like noticing them and being aware of like the effect that they sort of have on the people around them, what ways they sort of move through a space. If you've got someone who like really easily commands a room and just is like completely comfortable just like yelling, hey everyone pay attention to this or say this thing, like that's someone who's really important. If there's someone who's like particularly well liked by everyone, and in the case of tenant organizing is seen as a sort of like hub for the community in the neighborhood, that's a natural leader as well. It's just a really beautiful time. Like it feels like what it feels like bringing community together through organizing is like all of the little impressions that you have of each other. Firstly, they turn out to be really positive. Like everything turns out to be better than you thought, because anything you were worried about like gets kind of washed away by having like a common enemy and a common goal and focusing on something. But even if that's not the case, like just even if the focus is just on convening as a community, like things are still just really positive. and then those impressions turn into like, you know, community dynamics instead of being just like sort of fleeting. This is the way that people are moving around each other in the space. It's making me think a lot about. I don't know if people find this pretentious when I do this. I don't actually care all that much. It's making me think a lot about my last Monster Man, because I'm currently writing a new Monster Man. It's making me think about my kaiju essay, or my giants essay, which looks at like how we tell giant stories to understand massive social forces and big groups moving against each other. And like in that essay, I conclude in a way that's like not saying, it's not just bashing people over the head with the word organized, like I guess I have done a lot since then. I'm aware. It's okay, everyone. I'm aware. But it said, like I say in that essay, like what we have to do is form our own giants by coming together and, you know, collectivizing, and that's how we get to have a say and fight giants ourselves. Thank you, Morrigan. I think it's really good too. It's actually like one of my favorite things I've ever made. Like if I was listing out stuff that I've made, the World Is Not Ending is like the clear winner for me, and in terms of how proud I am of stuff. But like, at least until the Zad doc comes out, that Monster Man episode would probably be in the second spot. Vordrella says, the law is the arbiter of morality that explains why it changes all the time based on the desires of the powers that be. Yeah, I mean, this is how a para-religious belief system evolves in society about what is right and wrong. Because you take, for example, our society is one where capital is essentially a divine being, and interpreting the whims of capital is like interpreting divine will. You know, so to take it back to Socrates and Euthyphro, the classic question, are the gods drawn to holy things? Do they just really like holy things? Or when gods like things, do they become holy? Like, this is a core contradiction that Socrates was trying to look at in the Greek religion. But like, it's the same with capital, right? Like, innately good things have value, we've been told, right? Like, as a commodity. Except for men, who have value as a net worth, right? Which is about how much business they're doing, how many assets they own, how many property groups they're the managing director of. And the thing about that is their net worth can go down dramatically. I'll tell you about it later, is the thing. I'm having such a time. I have not mentioned the VOD viewers at all so far, and that's not very nice of me. So I need to say, hello VOD viewers, it's lovely to have you watching the VOD. Welcome in, it's lovely to have you here. I'm really excited that you're here. I'm going to read some VOD comments next, actually. I think that we've had a wonderful recent back and forth. We've got a lot of really nice comments to look at this week. Also, if you are enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream, the VOD rather. If you're a regular VOD watcher and you check out the VODs here on the Sophie from Mars Streams YouTube channel, that's where you're seeing this right now, consider that is my work, that you regularly consume my content, and you might want to consider subscribing to my Patreon. As for chatters, lovely chatters, I have set a higher dono goal for this total month than I usually do. I've also just noticed that my text is missing. That's strange. Oh, it's over here. All right. I've set a higher dono goal than usual because my birthday is June 5th. So it's just after the end of this month, and I would really, really like if I could do a trip back to New Zealand, where I was born, for my birthday. It's not going to be on it, like buying last minute plane tickets halfway around the world would be pretty crazy, but it'll be over the summer, and I'll go enjoy the Southern Hemisphere winter a little bit, and visit Tim as well. So I'm trying to hit a goal that's a little bit higher than usual, and because of that I set the individual stream goal a bit higher than usual. So to get an extra bonus gaming stream next month, this stream we'd have to hit £200 instead of £150. So if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, you can cheer, those help me out as well. You can also just like tell your friends about me, that also just does help. Because of the nature of what I do. But please use command TIP, that's !TIP, like this, and then donate directly and try to help me hit my goal. Okay, we're gonna look at some comments, I reckon. To do that, I'd like to go over here. Here I am, rock me like a hurricane. It's been a couple of weeks since the last stream. We were talking about the return of woke, with the successes of the Greens, with people trying to do anti-AI violence. Oh my goodness, someone just donated £27. Thank you so much. Someone. I really appreciate that. That's fantastic. Yeah, thank you so much. We were talking about Woke 2. I was sharing my enjoyment of the internet meme that there was Woke 1, and that is over, but now we're coming back for a second round, rather than it being like an ebb and flow and change in the size of, oh my god, I got coffee all down my titty. Oh no. Rather than it being the change in the size or the action or the power of a movement, delineating it, right? And we go, what is gonna be different in Woke 2? What's the feature update? Okay, AAA Systems Mark 1 says, when talking on what Woke 2 should have, I think within the idea of community organizing, more joyful activities. Oh my god, everything just jumped around crazy bad. What have I done? No! Here we go. More joyful activities. Have community hall type activities, board games, community libraries, movie screenings, as part of the same organization as is putting everyone together to feed and care for each other. Finding joy in the world can feel difficult at times, and infusing that into organizing alongside every other part, needed for a good and organized community. It'll get more people on board too, and more people at meetings and learning events if you put them right next to fun things that attract people. I love this comment. I think it's really good. This is exactly it. And I think that people will get a really strong sense for this when we do finish the ZAD documentary, because one of the things that we were really, really lucky to get to see the last time we visited the ZAD, which we made a bit of somewhat of a feature of part of the film, is a community ritual. Because my friend Jay, she organizes pagan community rituals with the Zadists, and they celebrate, the turning of the seasons. We were there for the spring equinox, and we did a wonderful ritual together where we hurled fire to light up the sun together as a collective, marking the progression into summer. This is just a huge part of what I've been trying to get across. Basically, I guess starting with The World Is Not Ending, but just especially, it was really confirmed for me going to the ZAD the first time, and I got to understand that we have to have movements that nourish people. We have to have movements that are giving people much more, right? This is why recently, in the last few streams, I've been talking a little bit about the unpaid labor of organizing, and how much work people put in a way that's it's an assumption that people will do it because they should do it because it's morally good, and realistically or even materially, what's happening is that people are participating in big organizations and community organizations a lot of the time because they want to be in community. They want to have spaces to go to, they want to make friends, they want to do social stuff, and a way that they've decided to do that is by applying their morals in practice and organizing toward a goal. And then, as I've been saying, we don't acknowledge the the trade that's going on there. The fact that people are putting in that free labor and they're getting things out. They're getting spaces to go to. They're getting friends. They're getting sometimes free food. But I think that we should be acknowledging that way harder, not to like hold over people, because this is the other issue, is that we only do acknowledge it when we're saying to people, we're cutting off the deal and you're excluded and you can't be in the space anymore. We should be acknowledging that everyone's putting in a bunch of work and they need taking care of. Like, we should seriously be thinking about starting organizations or reforming organizations as they currently exist to be at least 50% like care labor of everyone there. Everyone pitching in to take care of each other really meaningfully, properly, like taking care of each other. I've been saying this as like people who are putting like a ton of their time into activism and organizing, they should be eating for free. They should be eating for free most of the week, like most days of the week, I think. But it's a ton of things, right? It's a ton of things. Like everyone does see that there is a disposability problem in queer and leftist spaces, because the way that people handle conflict often leads to people just being ostracized and just shut out of those spaces entirely. And like the lack of a path back to create healing like hurts not only that person but the whole community. It's just really bad for everyone, and like that would exist alongside people dedicating a ton of energy into taking care of each other. But I think that like what this comment was specifically on was joyful activities. So like I really think this a ton as well. I actually expressed this to Mule like 4 years ago or something, I think. I was learning about the history of the German Social Democrats, and the like environment that was around European socialism in the time of Marx. And like it was really striking to me that there were loads of community organizations that were leftist that weren't like necessarily doing anything particularly radical. And it's like, these can be frustrating in real life because because people will be like, there's a sports team that like trans people play on, so we should give money to support that. And it's like, well, there might be like people who need the money, you know, more than that. And it's not doing the most radical thing, but it also should be supported, right? Like we should try to support everyone as much as we can. That's just a problem of like the attention economy and social media. It's good for like radical, and unfortunately like queer has to be radical because of how we are, shoved to the margin of society. Vertigo Gosora says, I'm so tired of this feeling like you have to have 100% perfect takes all the time. You're in for a struggle session. Yeah, I do think there are just a lot of people who do actually feel a little bit of a nagging presence of people's ability to just talk things out is at such an all-time minimum, like an all-time low, and it needs to get better. This is when I'm saying about like organizations need to reconstitute in a way where they have way more care labor going on. It is literally like people are acting as if they're on like a mad sprint to, I don't know what, like confront the king of the world and shoot him with a big gun, as if that's how we're gonna do the struggle, and it's very frustrating, and they're acting like people getting like they have their core team of people who have like the perfect opinions, the perfect praxis, the perfect behavior, the perfect knowledge, and they are getting like picked off and they're like falling by the wayside in this like heroic struggle towards the finish line. And it's actually just like, no, we have to build structures and build community and reintegrate people and de-alienate the population, and that's a very huge and complex struggle, but it's also luckily involves a lot more just like being really nice and having a really nice time a lot of the time. Sorry, I've had a response I got distracted because a girl texted me, but I had a response from a friend. This is on the tenants organizing stuff. our the email signature that one of the people working for our management agency has, it should say credit control, but it says credit control, and it's just on all her emails. Oh, so good. There's just a lot of really stupid, sloppy, like dumb shit they've done, basically. Hey Joe, welcome in. Lovely to have you here. Okay, let's keep on talking about woke 2. I think I went round in a circle with that last one a little bit. Yes, joyful activities. Joyful activities are really, really important. We need to be taking care of people as a first priority and then build on top of that and in at the same time joyful activities, because something a lot more people need to understand, I think, about building revolution is that you're building the society you want to live in as you go. Like you have to be constantly trying to just pull, this is why Gramsci talks about like birthing the new world. It's why so many revolutionaries do, is because you're just trying to like pull open this like field of freedom and this space and group and set of interrelations between people where you are more free, and that's what revolution ultimately is. So you have to be doing a lot of the stuff that is a goal while you're also like working toward your goal, if that makes sense. Like the goal isn't the goal might be 100% of people free, right? But like you have to have as much as you can, like 1% of people free, and increase it, as well as trying to make 100% of people 1% more free or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next comment. Where are we going? Pardon me. As far as what goes into woke 2, I think it really does boil down to being more active/positive rather than being reactive/negative. Leftist pride that you mentioned is possibly the best way to put it in terms of the rhetorical aspect, but I think the material aspect is the one that needs work. I big agree with this comment. Really, really good comment here from Dom4427. As someone in the stream chat said, more systems for helping people who've gotten arrested/faced arrest, but also more systems to support people who want to do things that they might get arrested for. Though not things that are actually illegal, of course, just stuff that is perfectly legal that you might get arrested for. We all know no one can actually break the law, that's impossible. Wonderful, thank you, VOD commenter. Local caches of things like fuel for running cars and nothing else, and weapons for hunting with appropriate legal permits, first aid supplies in case someone falls over and gets hurt by a police baton, etc. Sabotage needs to be easier. I think, so I really, really like this comment. I think it's really good. I just think it's worth always restating that we're doing lots of different things, and that we need some of the same kinds of changes near what we'd consider the front line and further away from it, and sometimes we need different things for different situations. But that kind of support structure is something that can transfer across. It just the subject matter of it would be different. And so if people are in a situation where they will need to confront some kind of enemy with physical violence, which is a topic we're going to be talking about a little bit today, then yes, like support systems that are treating things in a little bit more of a militaristic way are going to be necessary. However, the majority of all people in the struggle towards a better world just need to do things like organize their local neighborhood to resist against their landlord, and then try and spring off that to the greatest degree that you can. To improve better than the status quo was, because like ultimately, if the only efforts of the most radical leftists were that like frontline effort, and that's all there was, then those people would, in the best case, succeed at defending liberal status quo. That isn't going to happen just because the nature of like a society that produces lots of people who are going and having that fight is also a society where a lot of people are having a more comfortable experience, a little further away from the most precarious people and the most intense stuff. But yeah, okay. What's going on in chat? Willow Treason says, sometimes we act as if we're organizations with party lines that must be endlessly fought over. That makes disagreements feel way more intense and meaningful. Yes, this is to do with a concept I want to discuss when I write my essay about madness called ontological security. There's many sides to ontological security, but in this case, you could think of it a little bit like ego and superego. Like, people have their own ego, and then they relate to a superego as a group that they are within, like what is representative of themselves via attachment to a larger structure like a family or a demographic or a football team or whatever. People feel this with their org very, very strongly, and they get those two like completely wedded together. And so someone in the org acting in ways that like violate their sense of what's moral incurs a really serious moral injury. Ginger with Envy, lovely to have you here. Welcome to the stream. Ginger with Envy says, people underestimate just how much a baked good and a cuppa can do for morale and longevity. This is extremely true, and this is why we have like set about like organizing our tenants like neighborhood stuff with immediately just like let's feed people, let's have that in the meetings right away. Willow Treason says, it's why stressing inevitability is important to me. As a rule, it's almost never productive to argue over whatever kind of action. The questions have to be, are we not working towards the same goal? Do I not care about this person? Is it acceptable for us to allow people to be victimized when they're acting for us all? That's a pretty good summary. I quite like that. What was I going to say? Inevitability is important. Like, I think that if people remember like quiet quitting discourse, talking about people who have like pretty comfortable salaries, people have like pretty well-paying jobs, doing stuff that they don't particularly care for, and quiet quitting being like this practice of like showing up for the bare minimum of stuff at work, so that they continue to get the salary, but just being like as checked out as possible. And from the leftist position, this is like people quiet quit, and then oftentimes they take like the comfortable salary, and they feel that they are part of like this big hideous machine that's doing a lot of evil, and so they take the money to try and do something good with it. But I think a lot of people, you know, are gonna have to understand a similar mentality, but like you might not necessarily have the money that you're taking somewhere else, but you have your time and your efforts towards stuff. And this is exactly where I get back around to, right? There are people who are already like that, and they're people who are working like not well-paying jobs, or they're on benefits, welfare, and they are quite poor, and they are putting their efforts towards stuff, and that's where the org should then be like making a real effort to take care of all of its members and all of its participants and stuff, because yeah, like they're on top of not having a very comfortable existence to begin with, they're also giving their free labor to this stuff. Weirdo Aboz says, and ultimately the struggle is making sure more people are cared for, right? Yes, this is basically my point of contention with like everyone who's very into like a particular kind of factionalism past the question of, are we doing eco-socialism? Like, if we were all agreed that we're eco-socialists, and we should be, like, we need to end capitalism and and have an equitable world. We have to end capitalism to have an equitable society that we live in for everyone, and we need to have a sustainable mode of production instead, which socialism could be. What was I going to say? Yes, everyone who's still factional past that point and is like, grr, not your team of eco-socialists, my team of eco-socialists, boo, your team, and yay, my team. I'm just like, guys, like, it's just not like, it matters that we are, I mean, as Willow said earlier, like working towards the same goal, but also like it matters that we are taking care of people, and like the better job we're doing of that right now, the more free everyone is, and the more we're succeeding. Like, we win by taking care of one another. Scaldia says, first time in chat, also cool NASA badge. I also watched some of the Artemis streams. Welcome to the chat. Scaldia says, it's the foundation of community too and builds towards its future when you support and look after its participants. Yeah, exactly. It's very, yeah, like we aren't just coming together to do a big push and then we'll resolve the problem. This is exactly what I was saying earlier. Like, it's not just this like sprint to the finish line. It's actually a very, very, very long marathon that we, too many metaphors bog us down in like imprecise language and analogies that are only half fitting. We have to build the revolutionary society. We have to love and care for one another. We have a duty to fight for our freedom, and we have a duty to win. As Asata Shakur said, we have nothing to lose but our chains. In the process of caring for one another, we undo the immense alienation that capitalist and especially neoliberal society has done to us. The more we are able to take care of each other, the more we are able to withdraw our labor from capitalism. The more we're able to withdraw our labor from capitalism, the more we're able to care for each other. So it forms a feedback loop that is this self-sustaining cycle. And it's also a self-sustaining cycle of community and struggle. Free people, and then those people take care of each other. We have to recognize that a certain level of like comfort and safety means that people are really quite free, and that if they recognize the injustices of the world, they should aim to make other people that free or freer altogether, because otherwise we have people who they draw their comfort and safety from the existing society, from the capitalist society, organism, machine, its system, and that's where all of their eggs are, right? That's where their bread is fucking buttered. And so like their participations in the movement are this like are liable to be a sort of tourism unless they can like demonstrate like a real knowledge of this stuff and like really like use that position to strengthen everyone else's position. Scalgia says it's like just a slow walk going, somewhere. We also don't know fully what that thing looks like either, and that's kind of acceptable. Also, if you're competing with another organization, that's kind of just another kind of company and seeking competition, which is arguably not eco-socialism. Just thoughts. This is like, I've been saying this a little bit recently. I'm seeing a little bit of startup brain among people in the left at the moment, especially in the London left, because it's fucking London. And it makes me a bit sad, and it makes me a bit insane. I'm just seeing people go like, I've had an idea for something that's going to be disruptive and revolutionary and innovative in the left. And it's like, this is startup brain, what you're doing right now. It might be that you have an idea for something, a way that like leverages power that people haven't thought of before. It might be that you have a unique, like, a unique set of skills. It might be that you have a unique set of skills that no one in your context is like providing to help with this thing, right? Very common with like techie leftists. Like, if you are part of the organized left, you'll meet so many people who are like, how does our org get a website? And then if you meet a leftist who's like a hacker, it's like, this is just, different worlds. It might be the case that there's that kind of newness going on, but what we need to do in order to win in the left is very old, actually, and like we've figured out all the answers a long time ago, and there are new specifics that need to be worked through because the context is always changing, but you can't, you're not just going to invent like, politically speaking, the gizmo, that solves everything. And I see a ton of people who are like transitioning quite seamlessly from like leftist startup brain to leftist small business brain. And I used to be in startups before I transitioned, before my YouTube channel, before I was like really a leftist very much. So like I know these attitudes and I know the incentives that drive people in London specifically to like act in this way, namely just ungodly rent. And it's very frustrating to see it happening to leftist orgs. We are looking at another comment. Here we go. This one I wanted to read. I'm going to try and be kind, but I also thought it was a bit of a silly comment. Faulty Explosion says, woke 2 should be aware of the capitalist tendency to reincorporate any dissent within itself and reject any move toward that. I think community as this nebulous concept is absolutely becoming that. Not to throw shade at anyone, but when I hear people in meetings say we need to build community, I struggle to engage with that, because unless you have an idea of how we're going to do that, it's a vague desire. Community building can be a principle that guides your actions, your tactics, but it shouldn't be a buzzword you lead with. How many businesses talk about this vague idea of community? A more extreme one would be those in the manosphere community. In my opinion, what most mean when they say community is mutual aid, a support structure. They mean organizing, but organizing people is not the goal. Mobilizing people around radical demands, if we aren't going to win anything, if we can't, mobilizing people around radical demands is we aren't going to win anything if we can't do that part. Community, i.e. mutual aid / support, is built in this process of course, but our goal is not organizing for organizing's sake, nor should it be. So I wanted to read this one out because I kind of disagree. Firstly, the part that I said is a bit silly is woke 2 should be aware of recuperation is the phenomenon being described, the capitalist tendency to reincorporate any dissent within itself. It's a famously insidious process, recuperation. It's a famously insidious thing that is gonna that is really is just ever present and doing things that are materially making a difference. Does resist it because it is like materially moving away from capitalism. But this is notoriously hard, and capitalism is just like sickeningly good at recuperating stuff. So that's why I said that bit was a little bit silly, but I don't want to be unkind. Just like I would love to hear, Faulty Explosion, if you're seeing this, your thoughts on how, like, more specifics of how to avoid recuperation, because it's like, yeah. But yeah, with community, it is quite tricky. I do think that like people use the word community in a very vague and nebulous way. I think that like it would be good for people to think hard about what their definition of that means, like what they would like for everyone to have in terms of community. Like I think that trying to defend people's right to not be like completely left without, not just in terms of material resources, safety, goods, whatever, the things they need to live, but also recognizing that people need other people to live. Like, human beings are social animals, and if we are as alienated as capitalist neoliberal society makes us today, it's a killer. Like, loneliness is the fatal disease of capitalism. And so we need to recognize that like there's a very strong argument everyone has a right to be around other people and to have their access to like being around other people protected, and if we're going to like give people the things that they need to just be alive, like the things that they need for their like soft fleshy animal to not just fucking die, like actually yeah, a life full of like socializing is actually like quite an essential one that capitalism is depriving people of. So I wouldn't just call it mutual aid / support. I mean, I would call it like a sort of support, but I think it's not like, as much as I do think there is a lack of people checking in on each other unless they have like a deadline for their org that they want to get done or whatever. And so check-ins is a part of it. Like, it isn't just check-ins. Like, it isn't just a kind of a a tilted dynamic social interaction where people are, checking in on their sad or depressed or lonely comrade. It's like people having, complex, equal and also complex, manifold social interactions all the time. Last comment. Hey, Lorcan, lovely to have you here. Last comment is from the Anarchist Cook. So I'm going to disappoint the Anarchist Cook, because the thing here is, at some point I'd like to hear your complete take on the USSR. It would be impossible to give a complete take on the USSR. I'm, like, even besides the fact that I'm personally not, like, a historian of like, the Soviet era, even the amount that I do understand, I think it would just take such a long time to completely express. But I'll give a broad strokes in a second. The Anarchist Cook says, as I've always understood it, the same way America's freedom doesn't in any way resemble freedom, my impression of Russia is that its communism in no way resembled communism. If I'm wrong, I'd like to understand why, but didn't they very quickly repress the Soviets, bring back capitalists to run the factories, bring back the Tsarist police, sabotage the Spanish Civil War, consolidate power and wealth into the hands of a small clique of unaccountable elites, etc., etc. I gather there's a lot of Cold War propaganda muddying the waters, but it's not like I can trust the Bolsheviks themselves as a source either. So it's hard to even know what to read. Okay. Really, really broad strokes. A response here. The Soviet Revolution absolutely was betrayed. The Soviet Revolution absolutely did rot and turn into something with a ton of very reactionary and authoritarian elements in it that plagued the existence of the USSR. The core cause of this, in my opinion, and I think a lot of Marxists would agree with me, is the turn to Stalin's socialism in one country. The beginning of this split is during the First World War. Lenin's position of revolutionary defeatism, saying that he hopes that the imperial power that they exist within eats shit, so that they, I'm sure a lot of people can relate to this right now. Lenin saying, I hope that our side loses so that it can be over as soon as possible and we can focus on building the revolution. What was I going to say? This was very unpopular. Like, a lot of people were against this, were saying, like, why don't you respect the troops, etc. And a lot of leftists turned very, like, suddenly patriotic in the war and were opposed to this. And this debate is revolutionary defeatism on Lenin's side versus revolutionary defensism. Like, what over time became, as the revolution happened, and then, like, the newly forming USSR was a part of world affairs, was should we fraternize, right? Should we, like, aim to... Middle-earth Marxist, thank you so much for the £5 tip and the message. All hail the red slop comrades. Happy International Workers of the World Day, Marxist, Middle-earth Marxist. This conflict of revolutionary defeatism versus revolutionary defensism became this fraternization versus, like, defending the revolution against the capitalist world, and ultimately, like, the inability to springboard off of the Soviet revolution into a worldwide revolution is what set the rot in. That part would be something I think a lot of people would contest, but that's my take. The limiting of socialism in that way was an inevitable rot there. However, the Soviet Union was also just incredibly, unbelievably revolutionary in a ton of ways. And if, as an anarchist, you close your mind to ways in which statist socialists have, like, changed the course of, like, human history, human freedom, altered people's, like, conditions in a really significant way, then, and kind of only hold on to the criticisms of these projects to say, see, they are bad. Like, I am confident in my anarchism, and I feel like, yeah, the state is bad. right? And we will see these kinds of problems wherever we see a revolutionary state. There will be some kinds of problems. Hey Zelda, thank you so much for the £20 tip. Oh my goodness. Wishing you renewal and birdsong and also victory this May Day season. Thank you so much, Zelda. I really appreciate that. We're now at £55 and we're aiming for £200 this stream. I'm just moving my titty so it's got a good black background there. £200 this stream. Because I've upped the overall donor goal this month to help to pay for me to have a little holiday to my birth country of New Zealand that I haven't been to since I was a little baby, because this birthday I'm going to be turning 30. Now, what on earth were we just talking about? Right. The successes of socialist states, I don't think they count against anarchism or anything, and I think that it's really important to recognize them because they are the successes of socialism. So, for example, like everyone being given a fucking house for free. I know people whose parents lived in the Soviet Union, and not, the revolutionary new Soviet Union that was like had just defeated the Tsar and then went on to fight the Nazis, but like the late Soviet Union, the post-Stalin Soviet Union, where things were like a bit mellow and there was the Cold War and also people were being surveilled a ton and it was disintegrating over time. Like they didn't view it as like exceptionally wonderful compared to the rest of the world or exceptionally terrible. They viewed it as like a place where you had like, some things guaranteed, like a house, but also there would definitely be secret police listening to you. And it's just like that's just the reality that they made do with, including people who like they knew that there was secret police listening to them and they were still doing some radical stuff. So it's complicated. It's highly, highly complicated, and I think that it is endlessly worthwhile for us to study the strategies of the Soviets, the Bolsheviks, the Mensheviks, the Narodniks, the anarchists, and also Mao's communist project, and Che Guevara and Fidel Castro, and various different African nations, which, by the way, since this comment has mentioned like sabotaging the Spanish Civil War, like, yeah, a big problem of the Soviet Union was how anti-anarchist they were. And therefore unwilling to lend support to anarchists. But you know who they were really, really, really good for? Like a whole ton of countries around the world who pledged that they were Marxist-Leninist. And like, while that is annoying, like sports ball-brained kind of nonsense, at the same time, they just gave a ton of fucking guns to like revolutionaries in various different countries the world over and supported loads and loads of like revolutions. And I think that as anarchists, we shouldn't like cede those and be like, well, they were people who didn't like anarchism and therefore none of those have anything to do with us. Like, we're also socialists, And those are revolutions that like we can learn from. There was a strong internationalism. It's very, very, very complicated. And I would also enjoy to give a more detailed take sometime, but I've been holding in my pee for too long, and I have to go on pee break now. Everyone, if you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. All tips are appreciated. We are at £55 now. We're aiming for £200. That's £45 to go, which means that if everyone watching right now tipped £3.50, then we would get there immediately. So remember that small donations still matter. Size isn't everything, chat. I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna be less gross, and we're going to go and read an article and begin the slop properly. The sloppily. hello, 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 and hi, and hi, and hello, and welcome, and hi, I'm back, and hello, and hi, and hello, and howdy. Morgan the Face says, I got really excited the first time Mule mentioned anarchism positively, because to be honest, I'm used to getting shit all over by MLs. Yeah, I mean, Mule certainly used to call himself an anarchist. I think that it's been a core part of our understanding, not just me and Mule, but like everyone associated with Red Planet for a long time, that like the anarchist ML split is pretty harmful and like not the useful way to go. Many of my friends and lovers, Marxist-Leninists, it's just like, it's just weird historical LARPing, I think, a lot of the time for people to either be like, anarchists will destabilize our revolutionary project, or to be like, watch out for the MLs because they're going to kill us after the revolution. And it's like, what are you're talking about things that have happened, but we are in such a new world of leftism within the imperial core, because like everyone was so effectively put to sleep by the improving material conditions of American imperialism that like, yeah, we're just kind of doing a different thing now. Sorry. Okay, we are going to read one article today. Only one, because I'd like for us to get through the Ezra Klein podcast episode, Reckoning with Israel's One-State Reality. I'm just going to give you all the rundown of how this class is going to go, what's happening on this liberal slop lecture. We're looking at one piece that is going to be pleading with conservatives to have a conscience, and it's not worth doing that because American conservatives are like overwhelmingly just fascists, especially at this point. 3 drinks Sophie, that's what they call me. I've got my coffee, I've finished my coffee. I had a water, I finished that too because it's boiling hot here. Now it's time for Dr. Peebus. Jate says One Piece. Mods, please ban Jate, thank you. Lorcan says, speaking of red planets, anyone watching For All Mankind this year? They're kind of doing Red Mars / The Expanse. And it's, I don't want to say bad, but the politics are really stupid. I have been watching For All Mankind. I had a delightful time with some cuties who are visiting me, who are also really into space. And we watched the new episodes of For All Mankind, and it is... oh boy, it's nice. It's kind of nice seeing some things that are like, okay, they really clearly read Red Mars, and they're doing some stuff here that's like Red Mars, and it's cool to see it on screen just because I'm such a big fan of the Mars trilogy that like to see it adapted. It's okay, Jake, no one's banning you. To see it on screen is just exciting and cool, and I am fangirling, and it is my blorbos and whatever. Or it's like para blorbos. And at the same time, For All Mankind is like one of the most shockingly capitalist realist sci-fi shows made in recent history, really. Like, to start with the premise of the USSR beats the US to the moon, and then the USSR sticks around longer and better because it's in some way a little bit different, and yeah, like it's just so annoying because in the first season they made basically the easiest call, but also like the most sensible call in terms of doing an alt history, which is like the US would become fucking insane immediately. If the USSR beat them to the moon, the US would like immediately have a massive like psychological cultural crisis, and changing their changing the course of history in significant ways, and then it just degrades and degrades, and by the time that like there are Americans and Russians and a private company all racing to be the first people on Mars, and like the Russians don't even make it because everyone knows the Soviet stuff is really bad, and it's just like all of this is like sorry, but like the premise you started from here was that they were technologically a bit better than they were in real life. And it doesn't have to like be leaps and bounds, but just to like start from there and then fall back on we all know Soviet made stuff is garbage is just like what's happening now. Uh, Magic Mia, welcome to the chat. Magic Mia says, been lurking for a bit, typed out a paragraph about socialism in one country, deleted it, but for all mankind is one of my activation phrases apparently. Yeah, the whole thing about the rivalry between companies being completely replacing the rivalry between the sides in the Cold War. Exactly, it's like a perfect capturing of our imaginations and desires. Everyone here who is really into the kind of psychocultural side of political theory should read Post-Capitalist Desire. It's one of the best books I've ever read. And it's a transcript of Mark Fisher talking to his students in the last lecture series he was giving when he killed himself. It just ends abruptly, obviously, but like the shit he was cooking was real good. Just real good. Middle-earth Marxist says, I certainly can't wait for the spin-off of this Apple TV product, which will certainly be nuanced in its approach to the Soviet Union. Yeah, and Keir Starmer emoji. Yeah, it's, well, I really do want to see it, but I know I'm going to get burned because, like, part of my excitement in wanting to see it is that I think the Soviet Union is cool. And has done a bunch of cool stuff. Here's an example of the victories I'm talking about. I'd bring up to that comment we were reading a minute ago. The Soviet Union used phage therapy instead of antibiotics to treat diseases, right? In terms of the future of medicine, if we had a global revolution tomorrow, one of the things that health experts would do is use phage therapies more widely where they're appropriate, because antibiotics can cause bacteria, microbes to develop whatever diseases to develop antibiotic resistances, and they're used sometimes inappropriately where phages would be better because an antibiotic is a product and you have to buy more of it and you have to manufacture more of it, and it enriches the people who are making it and holding it and selling it. And phages, you just kind of give them, you just put them out there, kind of, you just like make it so the population has these like friendly guys hanging out on you who can eat up the viruses. Yeah, and it's just like, that's an example of where the history of medicine in the modern age has been held back by the profit incentive. And yeah, I mean, even a social democrat nation under the reign of the free market, whatever, could in theory do like a public health contract to experiment with phages. But this is kind of lib wet dream where everyone has, UBI in their Scandinavian social democracy and they're doing phages and stuff, but they just still have markets because Hazelda says, I have no idea what phage therapy is. Essentially just releasing good bacteria, to put it like really simplistically, because I don't understand. It's like I did not study biology or biochemistry, but like you release bacteria which eat the things that get you sick, and then they're just in the population, and those just eat the bad, like the stuff that could get you sick. And it needs to be done somewhat carefully because it is sort of like permaculture or rewilding or wild gardening in a sense. So some of those issues kind of apply, but like ultimately it means that you just get to immunize a population really, really effectively. Magic Mia says, I'm a nurse and you wouldn't believe the amount of people who have some form of antibiotic-resistant infection as an additional diagnosis. Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that, about how prevalent it must be, but it must be. And this is what I mean. This is an example of where, like, that's a thing that requires the kind of centralized and standardized scientific and industrial power that a state would have, and it will take a long, long time for free associating anarchist people to create horizontal versions of structures that size that operate in that way in a much freer world to begin with. And that's a cool thing. That's a cool thing that the Soviets were doing, was phage therapy. Okay, we're going to read this article, firstly, from Jonathan Chait in The Atlantic. It's called "Calling Trump a Tyrant is Not a Call to Violence." It kind of half rhymes, and that's how you know it's kind of half true. This article is going to be trying to disavow, in the wake of the assassination attempt, trying to disavow the radical left. And the radical left are just not the issue here, bud. Then we're going to watch Ezra Klein's podcast episode, Reckoning with Israel's One-State Reality. My prediction for that part is that chat is going to be really mad, because it's going to be quite frustrating, because it's going to be several people who fundamentally believe Israel has a right to exist having a conversation, and so chat is going to be pretty mad about it. But I'd like to explore it to get across how Ezra is trying to sell ideas we actually like to his liberal audience. And that's why I called the stream, what did I call the stream? How to Criticize Israel Politely, feat the New York Times. That's what the thing's going to be. Okay, let's get into the slop. I've been streaming for over an hour now. If you're enjoying the stream, please do consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. And we're trying to hit £200 today, which is £145 away. Let's begin the slop. Calling Trump a tyrant is not a call to violence. Conservatives want to police how we talk about Trump while excusing how the president talks about everyone else. Jonathan Chait. To describe Donald Trump as a corrupt, aspiring authoritarian is not to conclude that he should be murdered. It started out strong. If I'm going to be real pedantic about this one, I'm really getting back to university debate society here, it's true. To say these things about Donald Trump and to say he should be murdered, they're not the same statement. They are different sentences, and you do require an extra logical construction between the two in order to make one imply the other. This ought to be a simple point to understand, yet it is lost on a large swath of the American right to insist that calling Trump what he is causes at least some of his opponents, among them the accused shooter Cole Thomas Allen, to believe that violence is justified against the president. In an interview with CBS following the White House Correspondents Association dinner, Trump blamed the most recent attempt on his life on, quote, the hate speech of the Democrats, which he called, quote, very dangerous. The New York Post asked on Sunday, where did Allen get such ideas about Trump and the need to remove him via murder? It answered the question like so, almost certainly from the left, including from Democrats in positions of power. Barely a day goes by without some Dem calling Trump an autocrat, a king, a dictator, Hitler. Also on Sunday, CNN's Dana Bash asked Representative Jamie Raskin to engage with the premise. You and many of your fellow Democrats have used some heated rhetoric against the president, she said. Do you think twice about that when something like this happens? And yesterday, Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt charged those who constantly falsely label and slander the president as a fascist, as a threat to democracy, and compare him to Hitler to score political points are fueling this kind of violence. This claim suffers three serious defects. First, it assumes that violence is the only logical response to an attempt to undermine democracy. Oh, I'm trying to not hold up getting through the article all that much, but I'm hitting I'm having a difficult time with this one. First, it assumes that violence is the only logical response to an attempt to undermine democracy. Okay, look, you don't have democracy now, Sorry. In America, you don't have democracy right now. You have something that wears democracy's skin, um, and in fact, it is the now self-cannibalizing and rotting worship of capital. That's what you have as a system of power. You don't have democracy. You do have democratic systems in place, and Trump is trying to suppress those democratic systems. He is, in fact, doing a very good job of it. Your democracy is effectively very, very subverted right now. You have a guy in charge who is calling himself a king and normalizing the idea that he's a king, who has said that his supporters will not have to vote for him more than one more time, which they've now done. America is under fascism now. There is a struggle between the state and ruling class, and which have unified in the fascist project, and the working class. More and more people are reaching a frustration point with how things are, which, unless they can put the energy somewhere else, they will express as political violence. They will express as an attempt to assassinate people in power, or to wreck up shit, to set fire to stuff, whatever. If they ideologically have nothing in between, vote and tell other people to vote and email your representative and assassinate the President of the United States, which, to be clear, chat, it is illegal to say that you think someone should assassinate the President of the United States. It's really important for me to say that. Everyone should know it is illegal to say, quote, I think someone should assassinate the President of the United States, end quote. Not legal. Don't do that. If people don't have anything to do in their political life in between campaigning for the Democrats to win next time and assassinating the President of the United States, and they reach roughly here in their level of frustration in the middle of that gap, it's going to be easier to go that way than that way. If people have a whole variety of things to do towards their politics and towards their political goals, then they are going to express their level of frustration along that sliding scale way more easily. Picking Up Daisy, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. A good reminder to everyone that if you have a Prime account which is linked to your Twitch account, you can give me one free Prime sub per month, and it is not any money that you have to spend, but it is real money that I get. So it's pretty cool. And in return, you get all sorts of cool Sophie from Mars channel emotes. You know, which is, I'm told people want those. Also, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, or Prime subscribe, or cheer, or donate directly using Command Tip. Let me just go over to the chat here and remind you all that I'm quite poor and doing my job right now. Please pay me for my job. Exclamation point TIP Command Tip. If someone can't conceive of other options politically, then they're not going to do them, right? It's like you're in a room where all of the doors have been wallpapered over, right? You can't leave because you don't know there are doors, okay? It doesn't mean that, like, technically it's impossible to leave the room. It's just that, like, they're invisible to you, so you're not going to walk through them. What am I saying? So, when Jonathan Chait says, first, it assumes that violence is the only logical response to an attempt to undermine democracy, in a sense, I'm, like, very strongly with him, right? I don't want it to come across that I'm, like, I only have one little issue with this article, and it's that, like, he says, like, fuck Hassan Piker or whatever. It's that, like, when he says this assumes violence is the only logical response to an attempt to undermine democracy. I would say your democracy is all the way undermined, and there is going to be more violence between now and the end of the struggle. Like, there is a struggle between the state and ruling class, and they've consolidated into this fascist form, and this is the barbarism you're experiencing until you get socialism. There's going to be violence from them to the working class, and there's going to be violence from the working class to them. And if you want the working class to win, then you do unfortunately want there to be more violence towards them than towards the working class. But in theory, if absolutely everyone in America tomorrow formed like a beautiful, horizontally organized, leaderless, autonomous anarchist community bloc, every single large urban center in the country did structures similar to what Minneapolis has been doing, but even more so, and every rural area became like a farming commune, just like overnight, and people were like seceding their labor from the power of seceding their labor from service of capital, and not paying their taxes to the federal government and all this shit. Like, very quickly, the violence the federal government could do to the people would dry up because they just wouldn't be able to pay the troops. And this is like a real effect that we're going to see as like more general strikes become possible. We've already had like some amount of general strikes in America, which is like kind of inconceivable just a few years ago. Like it's just such an intensely capitalist country. And now it's already happening. And again, since we've had this conversation about the USSR earlier, the Russian revolutions were presaged by a period of political assassinations and also rolling general strikes. Like, people, this is part of why people say, like, Sophie, you're really, really optimistic. And I'm just like, I don't know. Like, shit is bad. Shit's gonna keep being bad. But the signs are there that shit could get extremely good. And some degree of optimism is just incredibly necessary, revolutionary optimism. I think more violence is going to happen. I am not encouraging anyone to do any amount of violence. And in fact, if you ask me directly what absolutely everyone should be spending their time on, I'm pretty clear and spend most of my time saying that people should be taking care of each other, and people need to be doing the things that create structures that protect their communities, and that doesn't mean just with guns, although where there might be some people with guns who are going to come shoot your community, you should probably get some guns. But like vastly more of the work to be done is in feeding and housing people, in educating people, in building up robust community structures so that people can take care of each other in a long-term kind of way, building up real democratic structures, unlike like the completely absurd charade of democracy that bourgeois electoral politics is. Oh, we have a hype train. That's fine. Sorry, guys, what should I do with a hype train? I think Mule's thing where he plays tunes when there's a hype train going is pretty cool, but that's because he's a DJ. I'm not gonna do that. Yay, hype! You'll keep the hype train going if you subscribe. Oh no, it's ended, I think. No? Oh no, it's still going on. You can subscribe now and we'll get more hype. Vodrella says all the things you said and the stability and education that comes from that. I don't quite understand what you mean. But I do think, yeah, like people learn a lot just by experience, and this is another thing that like a ton of people kind of say about what will we do about re-educating people. People will need re-educating. Some people will be like diehard fascists, and the only thing to do is like forcibly re-educate them. And I'm like, yeah, potentially. That is potentially true. It's also probably going to be a relatively small problem compared to the total population, because the total population is going to like come together and like form community structures, and then by the experience of living, be educated. Vord says, I'm like, yeah, those are things we need to build, and the stability and education they bring will be a big foundation needed to move forward. Yeah. 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 I just don't think of like the people building structures to do violence to the enemy as the foundation. I think that, yeah, I just view like structures of care as the foundation. Let's carry on with the article because I've derailed now. I'm gonna eat some grapes first and read chat back a little bit. It's good grape. Tasty. Chat. Dono. Command tip. The warehouses and ships just did that. Yeah. There's a ton of Oh, Vord was saying the same thing as me. The support networks are core. Yeah, exactly. That is it. I think this is like a core thing I'm not seeing nearly enough people expressing, but unfortunately, like, I back in like 2022, 2023, I did far too many psychedelics and wound up on like woke 5 or woke 6. I'm trying to like slowly coax people forwards in their understanding of stuff. Vertigosaurus says, remember what happened when Franz Ferdinand got assassinated? There is no final boss of capitalism. People need to you should read October, China Miéville's History of the Russian Revolution. China Miéville is a Marxist and used to be in the Socialist Workers' Party, and his history is necessarily biased, and he does, he is a Leninist, and he does love Lenin. So it's a biased history, but it's a really, really good history. And like, I think that, when you watch an action movie and its politics are just kind of gibberish or like absent and exist in like a little bubble world, the capitalist history of World War II and World War One, I think is just quite like that, where like it's this comfortable like action movie with like all of the bits that challenge capital just like carefully chopped off at the edges, to make a heroic narrative. So I think we should like Locan says, man, I wish someone would assassinate Franz Ferdinand and the Kaiser chiefs. October what now, says Vertigosaurus. The book is called October. The author is China Miéville, and it's a history of the Russian Revolution. It's a very good book. Let's get back to the article finally. This claim suffers 3 serious defects. First, it assumes that violence is the only logical response to an attempt to undermine democracy. In reality, Trump's assault on democratic norms can be, and in fact is being, successfully resisted through democratic means. But what reality are you in? Like, okay. In Hungary, Viktor Orban had carried out a more advanced version of the same power consolidation strategy that Trump is attempting now, and voters defeated him through peaceful organizing. Oh my god. Oh my god. The second problem with a moratorium on calling your opponents authoritarian is that Trump himself routinely violates it. The president has spent a decade calling his rivals communists and traitors, among other hyperbolic insults. The spectacle, the Debordian concept, and Marxist situationist concept, the spectacle, is not just about things that happen in the public eye and are attention grabbing and the attention economy, but specifically about the inability for anyone to imagine anything outside of the logic of the market, and the constant propping up that only market logic and capital exist or are sensible or are realistic or anything, or could exist or are feasible or plausible. Communist only existing as a hyperbolic insult. Like, okay, none of the Democrats are communists, right? So I'm not saying, like, you know, again, on the face of it, it's a true statement that it's a hyperbolic insult to the Democrats, but it's the fact that in American politics, communist can only really be a hyperbolic insult. He specifically claimed that Democrats rig elections as a matter of course. Taking violent steps to stop undemocratic political leaders follows much more closely from Trump's rhetoric than from anything Democrats have said about him. Bud. Bud. Why are you playing defense like this? Like, why do you have to, like, explain to conservatives, like, I'm sorry that we called you a tyrant, please don't be mad, I'm really, really sorry, I didn't mean that someone should do violence on you just because I was calling you a tyrant, please. It's just like... Again, it's like, there is a struggle between the working class and the ruling class and the state, in this, that's become entirely apparent. Like, the contradictions are all the way sharp and they're stabbing people to death. And this is like... I'm not saying this to say that Chait and the Atlantic and the Democrats should all advocate violence. I'm not saying this to just, like... He's saying... No one's saying boo earns. I'm not saying this to go like I'm saying boo earns. For legal reasons... I am not saying boo earns. But, like, there are a whole bunch of people who are at breaking point and they're seeing enormous violence done to people like them and people they care about and people they empathize with and people who they have a lot more in common with than the ruling class. And they're like, what I'm going to do about this is shoot the ruling class. It's just, like... It's a natural consequence. It's just a natural consequence. And the stuff I was saying earlier about, like, ideology as well, is that the guy who tried to kill Trump recently, and also the guy who tried to firebomb Sam Altman's house, neither of these people were leftists. Like, neither of these people were leftists. The guy who tried to firebomb Sam Altman's house was himself an AI cultist, and was, like, far too into, like hyper bizarre, rationalist, less wrong bullshit. And the guy who tried to kill Trump was a radlib, right? Like, it's not that no leftist would do any political violence. I am not, like... I think I've been fairly clear in my video about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, how I feel about that sort of attitude. It's just that if these people were leftists, they would have at least tried organizing for a long time first, right? Before Air Serviceman Bushnell did self-immolation as a protest against the genocide in Gaza, they were, like, a big-time community organizer, like, very well known for being involved with a bunch of stuff, making a huge difference in people's lives. Like, it's just, like... A lot of people are responding to shit by stepping up the level that they are organizing and the kind of threat model that they're responding to and what kinds of organizing they're doing, if they understand organizing as how we change things. Vertigo Gosora says the most recent guy was a CNN normie. Exactly. Okay, let's carry on with it. I'm not saying boo earns. Third, the conservative principle would seem to rule out any criticism of authoritarian tendencies, however real they may be. If calling a politician an aspiring authoritarian is tantamount to inciting their murder, then doing so is irresponsible even if the charge is true. Republicans could nominate the reanimated corpse of Benito Mussolini for the president, and Democrats couldn't question his commitment to democracy without being accused of ginning up violence. Ideally, critics of Trump's threat to democracy would recognize that authoritarianism is on a dimmer switch, not an on-off switch, and that his opponents have ample space to oppose him through democratic channels. They would likewise acknowledge that even most dictators fall far short of the horrors of Hitlerism. Oh, bud. I've been saying so much recently, like, chat's gonna get mad at this stuff, whatever, and I'm just like, no, I'm mad. He got me. He officially got me. 1 point to Jonathan Chait. I'm fucking mad. I admit it. Just... Most dictators fall far short of Hitler. Yeah, man. Okay. That distinction is widely, if not universally understood, which is why the rallies are called No Kings, Not No Führers. That's why the rallies are called No Kings, Not No Führers. Jonathan, is that why the rallies are called No Kings and Not No Führers? Like, Jonathan, is that why the rallies are called No Kings and Not No Führers? I'm gonna let it go. I'm sure Jonathan would say, this was just a joke, it was just a punchy line. I would like for him to, I'd like to be directed to the substance of the article if that's the case, but let's carry on. The ruling as out of bounds any discussion of Trump's contempt for democracy is not merely some unfortunate byproduct of the right's rhetorical gambit, but its central purpose. This is just like playing defense in like such an unnecessary way in such a weak space, because it's just like the conservatives shouldn't be allowed to tell us that we can't say Trump is a dictator or Trump is a tyrant. It's just like, how about you just talk about the solutions? Like, how about you're telling me that there is like ample room to challenge what Trump is doing through democratic channels. Are you saying that like we've done it by like writing to our representatives and that's gonna be fine? Like we're just gonna vote in the midterms and that's gonna be fine? Because some people don't feel that way, and that's, you can tell because someone tried to shoot the president to death. Okay. Trump has been glorifying and stoking violence since he entered politics. He has urged his rallygoers to kick the crap out of counter-protesters, has fantasized about unleashing the brute strength of his supporters. Quote, I have the tough people, but they don't play it tough until they go to a certain point, and then it would be very bad, very bad. And of course, mass pardoned the insurrectionists who did precisely that on January 6, 2021. This is a conversation about the, as liberals see it, which is a very common thing for American liberals, the level of violence in politics is necessarily like a disintegration of the social fabric, and therefore, or rather, the level of, like political violence, like assassination attempts, or riots, or conflicts between different groups of political partisans, is a disintegration of the social fabric, and the social fabric holding together and there being sustainable quiet is the most important thing, like the absolute most important thing. And if people are calling for violence, they are doing what the fascists want because the fascists love violence. I see. Again, I'm not calling for violence. I'm calling for people to feed each other. It's just also, if you do just feed each other, then the Chicago PD and the FBI show up at your house and just riddle your body with bullets when you're 21 years old, while your pregnant wife is right next to you, and that's why people, get the guns when they're doing the feeding each other, because like that kind of shit's gonna happen to them. Okay, where are we? It's true that, in addition to fomenting violence, Trump has been the target of it. Conservatives, as a fly, it's very irritating. Conservatives appear to be correct to attribute an ideological motive to the recent shooting attempt. The most Guys, would you believe this? It was an anti-Trump guy. It was a guy who was anti-Trump who decided to try and kill Trump. The most chilling aspect of Allen's radicalization, judging from the information available so far, is that it did not spring from either a mental breakdown or some anarchist sectarian plot. Just fascinating stuff going on there. But instead, relatively banal democratic partisanship. Allen seems to have posted on Blue Sky and attended a No Kings rally. Some progressives have cheered Luigi Mangione for murdering Brian Thompson, a healthcare CEO. He's a health insurance CEO, Jonathan, not a healthcare CEO. The prominence of Hassan Piker, an apologist for terrorism and a proponent of authoritarian regimes. Shut up, man. Has revealed a much broader comfort on the left with illiberal ideas and violent methods. Resorting to violence merely strengthens the forces of illiberalism. It's good. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Illiberalism is underneath my bed. Jonathan Chait's dad has to come in and tuck him in at night and check the cupboard for illiberalism and look under the bed for illiberalism and make sure that there isn't illiberalism in his shoes ready to eat his little toes. Jonathan Chait's dad has to come and give him Mr. Fan the stuffy elephant, who is the only one who can fight off illiberalism. If he wakes up in the middle of the night and illiberalism is standing at the foot of the bed. It's important to enforce like a regular bedtime for Jonathan Chait, because if he gets overtired, he's more likely to see illiberalism. Resorting to violence merely strengthens the forces of illiberalism and the sense of disorder upon which Trumpism feeds. The official Democratic Party has understood this, which is why not a single elected Democrat at any level has condoned murder attempts on the president or his allies. Oh, bud. Oh, bud, come on. Buddy, please. Eden June, welcome to the chat. Eden June says, identifying as an illiberal from now on. Yeah, exactly. I think someone further up in the chat said this is really... Yeah, Vertigo Gosora says, this is proper Atlantic slop. Yeah, this is, as I say, like, we're just doing the one article this week, and then we're gonna watch this podcast episode. We were just gonna watch the podcast episode. I can't, like... I read this, and I was like, well, fuck, we gotta read this. This is some real fucking slop. All right. Where are we then? Forces of illiberalism and disorder upon which Trumpism feeds. The official Democratic Party has understood this, which is why not a single elected Democrat at any level has condoned murder attempts on the president or his allies. Allen apparently believes that if you conclude that Trump is an authoritarian, then violence against him is justified. By conflating anti-authoritarian arguments with incitement, conservatives are making the same error but following it to the opposite conclusion. The norm that many Trump-supporting conservatives seek to enforce is not a prohibition on violence. Sorry, it's just like, dude, no, like, they're opportunist freaks. Like, they're just going to use whatever opportunities they possibly have to try to make, like, being their political enemy illegal. Like, that's what's going on here, is just that, like, they recognize that there are like ebbs and flows in American bourgeois spectacular politics, and they can just, like, exploit them to get the things that they want. They're not making this argument, and they're making a poor argument. They're loudly booing their enemies, and, like, if their booing becomes normalized enough, then, like, yeah, people will be, like, they will set a successful precedent for, like, prosecuting people for suggesting that Trump is a tyrant. But in the meantime, like, they're prosecuting people for suggesting violence against Trump, which is itself just, like, people are having a natural human reaction to the situation that they're in. And the rush to disavow anyone who is doing any political violence whatsoever is so feeble when you could, and I've said this like every time there has been intense political violence against the fascists, it's just like, you could just go, well, that was inevitable. Like, they've been treating people like shit, so people are like trying to kill them. Like, it's it doesn't mean you're condoning anything, but you just can very comfortably work from the position of this was gonna happen. Where are we then? The norm that many Trump-supporting conservatives seek to enforce is not a prohibition on violent rhetoric or even limits on attacking politicians who are seen as threats to democracy, but a one-sided ban imposed on Trump's critics so that the president can do as he wishes. Defining political violence as something that is being wielded primarily or exclusively against Trump is to condone his behavior. Defining political violence as something that's being wielded primarily or exclusively against Trump is to condone his behavior. Yes, but you're talking about his supporters who do condone his behavior. Okay. Trump's efforts to exploit the latest attempt on his life illuminate his motives. The comedian Jimmy Kimmel recently offended Trump and his family by joking on Thursday that Melania Trump has, quote, a glow like an expectant widow. The premise of the bit was obviously that Melania is the younger trophy wife of a wealthy older man, not that Trump was likely to be murdered soon. Kimmel made the joke before last weekend's shooting. Still, Trump absurdly labeled Kimmel's gold digger joke as, quote, as a, quote, despicable call to violence and revived his demands that ABC fire the comedian. When I heard this bit, and admittedly it was after the shooting, but when I heard this bit that Kimmel had done, I was like, right, because everyone knows that everybody wants to kill that guy. Right? Is it definitely about, like, Trump just being old? Maybe. That's fine. Trump and his allies perceive that the near-universal dismay at another attempt on the president's life has given them a supply of political capital that they can employ toward their desired ends, many of which involve suppressing criticism. This demonstrates how the gunmen who thought they were going to stop Trump have empowered him instead. It demonstrates as well that the Trumpian right's supposed abhorrence for violence and anti-authoritarian rhetoric is purely selective. Wow, dude, you showed that the right is selective with its rhetoric. You showed that when they say they care about freedom, they don't actually care about freedom very much. They're real hypocrites. You got them. Wow. You did it, bud. You really did it. You got them. It's game over for them now. So that was some slop. Chat, what did you think of this article? Give me your thoughts. We're going to lock in we're going to settle into, not lock in. Lock in has become far too intense a verb recently. We're going to settle into watching this podcast episode for a bit next. What do you think of that article? What do you think he was trying to do there? Yeah, ideally stuff I haven't talked about already, but it's okay if you feel I've just covered stuff. Vertigogosaurus says, you're right, Jonathan. I'll stick to just posting sick owns on the internet. That'll resolve the problem of encroaching fascism. Jenny Azoth says, that was some slop. Yes. Yes. It was quite some slop. Big slop time. Yeah, I'm not sure I have more to say about it than I did already there, but let me have a think for a second. I guess just like, this is gonna keep happening, and it feels often when liberals write these kinds of articles as if they are afraid that the solution might be to like kill their political enemies, and they're afraid of like the barbarity and like that they might get turned into something hideous and wrong by doing that. But like, there would just be a different guy take his place, even if most of the Trump admin got shot. there would just be more MAGA freaks would come forward. It's a social organism, and it will be defeated by organizing against it and not by voting it out. Because, oh my god, it's just like, even if elections proceed exactly as every American liberal hopes they will, and there's a huge blue wave, and Trump's people are voted out of office, they still just massively, like, exist in society. Like, their base has turned largely against, like, those specific people, but, like, the attitudes and beliefs and, like, the misinfo sphere of MAGA is just still incredibly, incredibly popular and, like, thriving. And, like, it will be defeated by people being radicalized the other way, not by people being de-radicalized toward the center. Like, the center just doesn't really exist anymore outside of the offices of the Atlantic and the New York Times. Like, oh gosh. It's so frustrating. And I think as well, it's worth noting that, like, the whole article is sort of playing towards a place where, like, the hope is that you will be able to go into work the next day, and the conservatives who work in the same space as you'll be able to have, like, a constructive dialogue together and reach across the aisle and work together towards democracy, I guess. It's just like, it's also like, even without trying to say something like I said, this was inevitable, it just takes their premise way too seriously to talk in this way, because there's been just so much violence from the right wing in America, both systemic and, like, targeted terroristic political violence, that it's just like, why don't you talk starting from a position of reality rather than starting from the position of what conservatives are saying? I don't know. It just feels out of touch on the face of it, because it's working from a place of, like, what the condoned spectacular discourse is. But that's not where most people are at, and this is why, like, social media has driven such a massive collapse of establishment media, because, like, if people, for example, and this is actually a helpful seg for what we're going to go on to talking about, but if people, for example, all agree that Israel has been doing a genocide in Gaza, and a whole bunch of people feel that Israel's existence is genocidal and the whole project has been doing a slow genocide the entire time, and it relies on ethnic cleansing to exist at all, like, then people talking about the intricacies of, like, Israel's existence comes across as painfully liberal. And that's why we're going to go on and watch Ezra Klein's episode Reckoning with Israel's One-State Reality next. What was I going to say about this, though? I think this is going to be an interesting watch, because I do think that Ezra Klein is trying to convey ideas we agree with, to criticize Israel very carefully, because ultimately the bubble of people who are progressive and, like, agree with Ezra about most things, but also, like, support Israel or want to see the best in what Israel is doing or whatever, it's a very specific bubble of within the American, like, liberal left, and, like, if you found yourself within that, but you had more radical beliefs, and especially if you recently had a big awakening where someone you respected told you that how you're doing things is not working, basically, you might be thinking about how you explain to the people who are sort of around you in that way, they're your community to some degree, how to explain to them in their own terms that they need to shift their attitude and get with a new program. But on the article we just read, Audrey Stardust, hey Audrey, lovely to have you here. Audrey Stardust says, I was so very late to the article, but I'm quite exhausted about the violence bad line coming from various hog-loving, warmonger defending little jackasses who benefit from the violence every day in small ways. I know it's pretty much fork kitchen, but I'd love if libs on the reg could at least lean like an inch left and ruminate on the liminal spaces between radical action and the positives. But it's always listen, you are optionless and destitute, so just like deal. Right, like that's a good way to put it. Absolutely. I think it's not just, as I said before, like Jonathan's telling us that there are ample democratic opportunities to challenge Trump, and he could tell us about what those actually would be, but like he could also tell us to do organizing. He could also tell us to do more radical organizing, if he believes that, like, there's an issue of radicalism, which is why he had to go out of his way to disavow Hassan Piker. It's just like the guy who did this wasn't even, you know, the people who are fans of Hassan Piker and like other like leftist influencers who talk about organizing are organizing, not just trying to shoot the president. Willow Treason says, this article feels like just an extension of the urge to separate Trump's fascist movement from the structure and project they're taking forwards, which is arguably the entire purpose of liberal democracy. They want nothing but for the same genocidal project to be taken on by someone who makes them less uncomfortable. Yeah, absolutely. This is why I've been talking about this recently, like the American Augustus. This is the big American liberal nightmare scenario. Not that they think it's a nightmare, to be clear. They would be having a great time, and that's the nightmare. The material demands, the economic realities of America as it currently exists, is that it's in a mode where it needs to do either socialism or barbarism. So it needs to do like imperialist direct conquest and things like kidnapping the leader of a sovereign nation or whatever, and like strong borders and like slashing the federal government to ribbons and just investing all into the military. And it needs to do those things, or it needs to do socialism, and those are really the only two options. So if the liberals were able to get rid of Trump, I fear the emergence of an American Augustus, right? Like Trump is this Julius Caesar figure turning the republic toward empire, and there could be someone who comes along who the liberals are like, yeah, this is a really sensible guy who's like making progressive decisions, and like we can bring American progressivism to the world in a way that will benefit them. I don't think that it's like all that likely. I'm just highlighting it as a kind of rhetorical and abstract space to be like aware of, like the reason that we need to understand. We need to understand American liberalism as dangerously wrong, like wrong in a way that puts a lot of people in harm's way. And I think the concept of the American Augustus is useful to think about that. Famish Jet says, America for everyone? Exactly, they're so generous, bringing freedom everywhere. Okay, let's watch some Ezra Klein. Everyone, please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, to consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. I really need everyone to get that I'm towards the end of a week right now where I've done, like, I'm so exhausted from organizing this neighborhood because the landlords are trying to evict like 200 households. I am not well off or wealthy to begin with. I am doing my job right now. I do enjoy this job, but it is still a job, and it would be nice to get paid for doing my job. So please, if you can, support the stream by subscribing or cheering and donating directly using Command Tip. We're aiming for £200 today. We were at £55 so far. There are 40 people watching, which means that if everyone donated, let's say £3.50, we would get there instantaneously. So remember that small tips still matter and add up towards the donation goal. Yeah, please do support the stream if you're enjoying the stream. And Picking Up Daisy says I got my Section 21 notice on Tuesday. Oh, what the fuck? That sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. Where in the UK are you? It's okay if you don't want to share, by the way. Yeah, that really sucks. You should definitely talk to the tenants union because there's going to be lots of knowledgeable people who can help you to figure out if there's anything that will make that invalid. Oh, that sucks. London, yeah, okay. Well, then, yeah, you should speak to LIU if you're not already. Joe saying solidarity, I got one yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it just is the reality that we're in right now. Maybe I'll pause and talk about the Renters' Rights Act for a second, because I do think this is important for people to understand, actually. It's in a moment, we're in a moment right now with landlords in Britain where the backlash against the incoming Renters' Rights Act is quite significant, and the way that the Renters' Rights Act has been compromised by capital is also quite significant. Audrey Stardust says, fuck, I really hope y'all can accumulate some power through the renters unions. Yeah, I think it's about organizing people's communities, and then I think renters unions need to be in a position to be ready to receive communities properly. Like, if renters unions continue in the ways that I've seen them in the UK, a lot of them are not going to be ready to properly integrate communities in a way that gives them the power to make bigger change. Anyway, what was I saying? Chat, please pay me. I'm poor. Please pay me. Right. The thing I was saying was the Renters' Rights Act. So the Renters' Rights Act has come in today. The big headline that everyone's talking about is the abolition of Section 21 evictions. Section 21 evictions are no-fault evictions, and effectively the idea is as long as they have all their ducks in a line, landlords can evict you just whenever they want. Now, that's no longer true. However, and additionally, the Renters' Rights Act, so this is like the thing fewer people are discussing, but the Renters' Rights Act is also creating a space for renters' tribunals where people can challenge rent rises in a tribunal and have the rent that a landlord is proposing be struck down by a judge. But the judge can only cap it to, quote, market rates, which this is like kind of where the Renters' Rights Act has, like, where the failures really, like the response by a bunch of landlords to rush through as many Section 21 evictions as they possibly can before the law changed was kind of always going to happen, no matter when you said we're going to ban Section 21 evictions, because the way that the law works in practice is you can't just say from right this second. I mean, you can, like, we made it up, the law is fake, but like but like the way that the non revolutionary, I guess, law works is that people are going to bring in a bill and it's going to be enforced from a certain date. And so there was always going to be a huge backlash of landlords doing the Section 21 evictions while they can. But like, what am I trying to say? The market rate thing is really, really troubling. And I know that like the plan is to now campaign with renter power towards rent controls. Rent controls are going to be like the biggest change that could be made in the UK. The UK is one of the wealthiest, is the only wealthy nation out of a massive set, or one of the only, that doesn't have rent controls, and it's incredibly common. Shirara, thank you so much for the for the £11. 11. Make a wish. Brackets. I'm wishing for the end of landlords. That's very cute. Let me think about what my wish is for a second. Okay. Thank you, Shirara. Thank you for the dono. Everyone, please remember I'm poor. Please donate. What was I saying? I was talking about the Renters' Rights Act. So I think that, like, this market rate thing is... It just feels like giving... They're clearly taking something away from landlords by saying you can't just kick out tenants no matter what. It feels like the market rate assessment part of the tribunals is giving something back to landlords. And there, this is like... That's, as I say, that's the failure, because, like... The situation for renters in the UK is dog shit and needs to be challenged by taking power away from landlords with no but, no, and in return, no caveat, right? Just taking power away from landlords. And yeah, the rent tribunals need to go much further, and, like, hopefully the campaigning towards rent controls goes well, because we really, really need them. But I think it's, like, an important thing for people to understand about what's going on right now. Okay, we're going to watch Ezra Klein show, Reckoning with Israel's one-state reality. Let's get into it and chat. You know what to do if you start enjoying the stream all of a sudden. Why did it make no sound? I muted Ezra. There we go.
I've been trying to think about how to begin this episode, which is a very, very tricky one. And I found myself thinking about a debate I heard a lot in 2023 and 2024.
Free, free Palestine!
You would hear these chants and see these signs.
Palestine will be free!
From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. And it flared into this huge controversy.
Free Palestine from the river to the sea means get rid of all the Jews.
No, from the river to the sea means the land in between is free. Everyone in between is free.
No, this is a genocidal chant.
What was always so strange to me, so backwards about this focus on college campus protesters, was that there was this reality people weren't really admitting, that there is one power from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. That power, that sovereign, which if you travel in that area, and I have, is just visually undeniable, is Israel. American politics has not grappled really at all with the level of day-to-day domination that Israel exerts over Palestinian lives, and the complete absence of any horizon at all for that to end. And this was true before October 7th. In early 2023, the political scientists Michael Barnett, Nathan Brown, Mark Lynch, and Shibli Talhami published an edited volume called The One-State Reality. Their argument, which they also made in a very controversial foreign affairs piece, was that, quote, Palestine is not a state in waiting, and Israel is not a democratic state incidentally occupying Palestinian territory. All the territory west of the Jordan River has long constituted a single state under Israeli rule, where the land and the people are subject to radically different legal regimes, and Palestinians are permanently treated as a lower caste. What they were saying then is that the hope of a two-state solution in the future had become a way many in America particularly avoided reckoning with the one-state reality of the present. That reality was not accidental, it is not intended to be transient. It was being etched into the land in stone and cement, in settlements and checkpoints, in the construction of walls and the demolition of homes. That might have been a controversial claim when they made it. What has happened since October 7th has made it an undeniable reality. Israel now occupies more than half of Gaza. The more than 2 million Gazans have been herded into less than half of the land they formerly occupied. And Gaza, it should be said, was already one of the most overcrowded places on Earth. The conditions Gazans now live in, they're hellish.
Famish Jet said a minute ago, is he making an apology video? I Yeah, I mean, kinda. This is what I'm getting at. Like, I think that I can't remember if it's last stream that I said this or just a recent one generally, but like when trans people when trans people encounter a cis person who is like clearly on a bit of a gender journey, trans people tend to adopt a nurturing stance towards this person in the hopes that they can help them to realize what they need to realize and live their best life. And when leftists encounter someone who is a liberal, who is clearly on a little bit of a political journey, or has the potential to be, they post pig poop balls and they tell them to kill themselves. And I just really think we should be treating more liberals as like leftist eggs. And I know that a lot of people are very frustrated and are like, well, I shouldn't have to hold their hands. Someone must. I think it's healthy for people to encourage liberals towards our positions, and like, I don't think bullying and shame being the only weapon in our arsenal is working out great for us. So.
And there is no near term, there's no imagined, there's no envisioned relief. This is and it remains collective punishment. Hamas, not the children of Gaza, attacked Israel on October 7th. The conditions the children of Gaza now live in they're not moral. In the West Bank, Israel has choked off money to the Palestinian Authority. It has built settlements, chosen to build
Why does he think Hamas exists? Like, why does he... Whatever.
settlements
It's
at
okay.
a record
It's
pace.
okay. It's okay.
More settlements were approved in the last year alone.
Willow Treason, thank you so much for the £7 donation. I really appreciate that. No message. We are now at £73.11. Everyone, please remember to support the stream if you are enjoying the stream. Also, VOD watchers who haven't checked in within a minute. Hello, VOD watchers. I hope you're having a nice VOD time. If you are enjoying the stream and you regularly watch my VODs, please consider subscribing to my Patreon. What was I going to say? And thank you for your lovely comments about Woke 2. I look forward to reading your comments on this VOD as well.
In the 2 decades before combined, Israel has protected a terrifying rise in settler violence and military violence towards the Palestinians. There is no doubt, if you go there, who rules the West Bank, and it is not the PA. When Netanyahu signed a recent settlement project, a project the United States had opposed for a long time because it would effectively bisect the West Bank, making a Palestinian state physically unimaginable, Netanyahu made clear that that was exactly why he was signing it. He said, "We are going to fulfill our promise that there will be no Palestinian state. This place belongs to us." In the north, Israel has used the war in Iran as cover to invade Lebanon, displacing more than 1 million people. 1 million, and suggesting that up to 600,000 will not be allowed to return to their homes until Israel has established its security zone, whatever that proves to be, and that it is decided that Israelis in the north are safe. To put it bluntly, it is an open question whether any of those 600,000 Lebanese will ever be able to return to their homes, or if they will even have homes to return to. I do not want to underplay what Israel is actually dealing with here. I have immense sympathy for Israel's war against Hezbollah. They are defending themselves in a way any state would, but this again is collective punishment. Those 1 million Lebanese, they are not all Hezbollah. Israel's security challenges are very real. It's horror, it's fear.
Buddy, why do you think Hezbollah exists? It's still so frustrating. It's still really, really frustrating. I'm really trying to make this case to chat and be like, hey, you have to see the good thing that Ezra's doing, and then he just says dumb shit like this. Just like, oh, they're defending themselves in the way that any state would. I'm sorry, dude, like, they are a settler colonialist project from the beginning. Okay.
It's trauma, after October 7th was very real, its determination to make sure that never happened again is what any state and any people would do. Its right to reprisal against Hamas and Hezbollah were undeniable. I am not someone...
Middle Earth Marxist says, I want to be kind, so if I do, I swear, but he makes it so hard. It's so irritating. It's just... Israel is invading Lebanon. It's not just that they like... okay, I'm just going to carry on. We're just going to press through.
Who wants to see the state of Israel cease to exist, but what Israel is choosing here, a one-state reality that already is and will continue to be understood the world over as apartheid. It endangers that state too. The cost of Israel cannot morally be the permanent subjugation of millions of Palestinians. In February, Gallup found for the first time more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians than the Israelis. Among Democrats, among young Americans, it is not even close. Israel maintains support among older Americans, and it has benefited from the advanced age of the last two presidents. Their views of Israel were forged in another time, around another Israel. American politics has not yet fully grappled with what Israel has chosen to become. So what does it mean to grapple with Israel's one-state reality? To see what Israel is
rhetorically,
now.
I think what he's setting up in the beginning here is like, how would I describe this? An out for liberal Zionists. He is saying, hey everyone, what if we all agree Israel has become bad? What if we all agree that Israel has become a bit maybe bad now? And obviously, we all agree that it wasn't, but it has now maybe become bad.
What the West Bank is now, what Gaza is now, what Lebanon is now, without illusion. Shibli Telhami is the Anwar Sadat Professor for Peace and Development at the University of Maryland, College Park. Mark Lynch is the Director of the Project on Middle East Political Science at George Washington University. Lynch is the author most recently of America's Middle East, The Ruination of a Region, but together they were two of the editors on that 2023 book I mentioned, The One State Reality. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Mark Lynch, Shibli Telhami, welcome to the show.
Pleasure.
Thanks.
So I want to start, Mark, before October 7th. You and Shibli and a few co-authors published a book of essays in a big foreign affairs article called Israel's One-State Reality. And the argument you make is that the two-state solution is a fantasy, it's dead. That there is a reality that we are failing to apprehend in Israel, which is that there is one sovereign from the river to the sea. And so I want to ask you what you were seeing that convinced you to make that argument. How did this work in your view, say, in the West Bank?
So I'll say here before we continue that if the claim that we're trying to build this like new liberal Zionist, but we don't want what Israel's doing now position, his first building block is let's acknowledge Israel and Palestine are not two nations at war. And that's really tricky, I think, because like even in that article that he wrote recently, Hassan Piker is not the enemy, he was saying, he was citing a Zionist org in America that claims to be like an authority on anti-Semitism, who is saying that like leftist anti-Semites will use terms like genocide and apartheid that they've been taught in woke spaces. And I'm like, well, if Israel and Palestine aren't two nations at war with each other, and Palestinians are kept in ghettos and special designated zones and controlled, their lives are controlled by the Israeli military rather, and there's this escalating settler violence, and they have less rights. It would be good to hear Ezra clarify his position on the use of the term apartheid, and I'm not trying to like make the use of a term the most important thing here. It's just that, like, the acknowledgement that Palestinian people are currently effectively stateless makes it has a lot of immediately downstream, I only mean one hop along, logically speaking, big consequences. Okay.
Sure, and I think it is important to kind of put this into a bit of a trajectory historically. So back in like the mid '90s, during the Oslo years, you actually had a situation where if you're living in Jerusalem, if you're living in Ramallah, if you're living in Nablus or Jenin, you can actually feel a state emerging around you. You can see the Palestinian legislature is actually active. They have ministries. The checkpoints are coming down. You're able to travel. If you have an olive oil business, you can actually load it into the back of a truck and sell it in Bethlehem, right? So it actually was this idea that it's not just that we were negotiating towards a two-state solution, but people could feel two states coming into existence. Fast forward 10 years after the Second Intifada. That's just not true anymore. Right now, you've got a whole range. You've got the big security wall, which is de facto a new border. You've got a whole range of checkpoints that have come into place, making it impossible to really move freely across the West Bank. Palestinian Authority has basically been destroyed and it's being rebuilt from scratch. If you're just an average Palestinian living in the West Bank, you no longer feel like you're on the path towards a state. You might follow the negotiations, but now you feel that you're living under occupation. Then fast forward another 10 years, another 15 years, and you're in a situation where nothing has happened in all of that time, which would make you believe that a two-state solution has become more likely. There's more settlement.
Shirara saying, I don't think that's far enough to start back in the history of Israel. Yeah, it's yeah. It's just like we're starting at a place where things were like, yeah, pretty normal inside the imperialist outpost in the Middle East for the white supremacist settler colonial program that was set up through settler colonial violence against the people who were there before and massive amounts of ethnic cleansing. Like, if we're starting a story after the Nakba and we're saying, so Israel was like this and it was all peaceful and fine, it's still this like incredibly deep revisionism. But I guess that's what we're saying. That's what Ezra is kind of saying that he has to do with liberal Zionists to get them anywhere. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. If I might log a prediction, I kind of like... No, you know what? This is much more like me trying to tell a funny story to myself than anything else. Other American liberal Zionist writers call Ezra Klein an anti-Semite for doing this. and then he goes like all the way sicko mode. And like it would be very funny. It's not going to happen, but it would be very funny. Chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please, I'm just baby, please help me. If you're enjoying the stream, that was such a stupid way to say it. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I am doing a job right now, and I like to get paid for my job, just like most people do, and I get paid when people decide to pay me out of the kindness of their hearts, kind, lovely strangers. I have been streaming now for over 2 hours, more like 2.5 hours, and I'd really appreciate if we could make good progress towards, if not hit, the dono goal today, which is £200. We're currently at £73. That means, again, that if everyone paid... just over £3 each. Everyone watching right now went into command tip, that's !TIP, and just gave me £3.10, £3.20, something like that. Then we would get to the donor goal immediately. So you don't have to donate a lot for it to make a difference. In fact, it is one of my absolute all-time favorite things when a whole bunch of different little donos that add up to as much as a big dono might all come through, showing that we can all do this together. That's what our politics is all about. So I do appreciate small donations as well. Please support me if you can. I'm pretty poor, and I'm so tired from tenant organizing this week. But I do also have videos in the pipeline. And I'm also working right now. So please pay me if you can. And let's carry on with the podcast.
More settlers, more settler-only roads, more repression, no elections, nothing which would make you feel like you're moving towards something else.
By the way,
So
sorry to pause again so quickly. I only just watched. I've never watched Louis Theroux before. Mule was really shocked by this. I've never watched Louis Theroux before, and I watched the Manosphere one and I quite liked it. I heard a lot of people who are like he wasn't hard enough on them, but I thought that like inside of his style, like he was quite hard on them, and like he got that couple to break up, which was pretty cool. And I think that he gave people like a pretty good picture of how vile they were. It's just like obviously it doesn't. A guy like that isn't going to reckon with the ideology of patriarchy and how the manosphere is this like excess of it, but that it exists in the rest of society too. But I quite liked it, and so I went on and watched the Shirara, thank you so much for the I see what you've done. Shirara, thank you so much for the £4.66 tip with the message all sevens, baby, because you've now taken us up to £77.77. I quite liked the Manosphere doc that Louis Theroux did, so I went and watched the Settlers one as well. I might actually watch more because it was really interesting. And yeah, a lot of the stuff is very fresh for me because I've literally just recently watched that. I wouldn't be able to watch it on stream, but I'm wondering if I could stream it for the Discord maybe, because it was just kind of a fascinating experience, like quite a fascinating piece. That's the whole thought, really.
is this real sense of stagnation, and we're looking at this and we're trying to understand as political scientists, like, what is this entity? It's clearly not something on a path to two independent sovereign states. It's clearly not anything which is familiar to us as just an occupation or just a transitional phase, but it also isn't really formally yet a single Israeli state, right? It hasn't been annexed. It hasn't come fully under Israeli law. It's just this limbo which goes on forever. And so that's what we were trying to capture with the one-state reality, is that in reality, everybody living between, in mandatory Palestine, everything from the river to the sea, is under the effect.
Zai Rose, thank you so much for the £3 tip with the message, small dono, seriously though, what spacecraft is my 10-month badge? Zai Rose, let me find you in the chat. When did you last chat? A minute ago. What spacecraft is it? I can't actually see you in the chat. There you are. Hello. That, to me, looks like you've got the International Space Station. I had to look quite closely, but I do believe you've got the International Space Station. Congratulations.
Power of a single sovereign, which is the Israeli government, but they experience it very, very differently. They have different rights, they have different responsibilities, they have different security concerns.
Now, as you can see, these are all highly intellectual men, and that's why they've got 2 drinks each. 1, 2, 1, 2. There are 2 cups for each of them. Someone, thank you so much for the £4 donation. Someone has donated £4. Thank you so much. No message. They have 2 drinks, right? Count them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 among 3 interlocutors, 3 high-minded lovers of truth. Okay. How many drinks do I have? That's right. So, just think about that for a second as you're assessing the level of their discourse and the level of my commentary. I'm just saying. And also consider that, all these drinks are not cheap. I have to buy more big soda and coffee. So please do donate. Let's carry on.
If you're born in one place, you are trapped within Gaza. If you're born in Ramallah, you have one set of rights, but your family, who's just a couple of kilometers away in Jerusalem, they might have a few more rights. And so it was a highly differentiated legal regime, but one in which Israel ultimately held all the cards.
Shibli, one thing that Israeli Jews say to me when I say something like this to them is, no, the Palestinian Authority is the government in the West Bank. What do you think about that?
That's a really good starting point because think about what Palestinians are facing now in terms of settler attacks, meaning, these are obviously civilians who are very often in the West Bank illegally and going into homes of Palestinians or burning them, or going into properties and stealing them, or going into cars and burning them, and in some cases shooting people. And that's on Palestinian territory, in Palestinian land. There is not a single policeman stopping them. Not a single one, because they don't dare. They're not supposed to. And the Israeli military would shoot them to death. And at the same time, look at what they're doing. They are working hard round the clock to make sure that there are no attacks on Israelis. One
You know what's
reason why
fucking crazy about this is like, if you just follow through the same logic for the entire world and the wealthiest nations, the imperial core, you can have a whole set of like parallel realizations as they're talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
you haven't seen a lot of attacks or even demonstrations during what happened in Gaza on the West Bank. So the Palestinian Authority is a joke if you're thinking about it as a real government. It certainly has no real control. And to think about the asymmetry of power that has defined the past few decades, think again that Israel could put Mahmoud Abbas under arrest, the Palestinian Authority president, in his compound. They did with Yasser Arafat, the founder of the Palestinian movement. He was confined to his compound, not able to move until his death. We could describe the awfulness of the life on the West Bank, and a lot of people don't get it. They don't understand, for example, how important the prisoner issue to Palestinians. You've got more than 1 million Palestinians probably who are.
Rambunctious Red Ranger says, "I'm so glad Sophie is here to filter this for me. Then pay me." No, sorry. I've got a little bit of a pinko yelling things out at the moment. I think it's because of the frantic energy I've had from the tenants organizing stuff. Yeah, I just wanted to say about this thing about like, you can follow this logic through for the whole world. Obviously, you can say this about like Trump kidnapping Maduro, right? Or all the things that America has done for decades and decades unaccountably, even before these latest like really obvious escalations in how unaccountable America is to the rest of the world. But also just like Israel specifically. Like my friend right now is on the global Samud flotilla, and they're on their way to Gaza. We thought she'd been intercepted because they were the flotilla was intercepted near Greece, and like the IOF sent boats out into the Mediterranean Sea, and like they got they arrested people who are going to be like released from Greece, said the headline about it. To be clear, my friend wasn't detained yet, although obviously like the expected endpoint of the Samud flotilla's movements is that everyone will get detained by Israel. But like effectively Israeli police arrested people in international waters for intending to sail to Palestine with aid. And then those people were detained in Greece and then released in Greece. And I'm just like, that's beyond like international law as a joke. That's like, your sovereignty is fucked. Like, if you're Greece, if you're anywhere, really.
Been arrested by Israeli forces throughout the occupation. It's a very small population, as you know. And you've got there's not a family that's not touched by it, and many of them, thousands of them, are held without charges. And if they're taken to court, they go into military court. And in that military court, the conviction rate is close to 100%. A settler who kills a Palestinian on the West Bank, they probably will not even be charged. And if they ever charged, they go to civil court, and rarely do they get convicted. So, that is, I think, one of the things that probably drove us to think about this is this kind of like you have to be even-handed here. Say, well, yeah, Palestinians should reform too. Yeah, right. Well, it probably should, for sure. Even if it's a municipality, there's corruption that could be repaired. But to think that that's going to matter at the strategic level, it's really a joke. The other thing I want to say about this.
This guy's doing a pretty okay job at explaining this stuff, I think. I think highlighting in particular that settlers who kill Palestinians just won't face charges, and Palestinians who face charges will get the death penalty. Palestinians who kill settlers will just get the death penalty. It just makes it so, like, blatantly clear, because that's one where, like, if you try to shift between a one-state reality and a two-state reality and try to justify Israel's actions in one or the other, it's like, well, this is fucked either way around, right? Because in a two-state reality, you are still talking about, like, ultimately, the one side is just purging the other. It is just ethnic cleansing. And in the one-state reality, you understand that the law is not applying equally to different groups of people, and therefore it's an apartheid state. Like, chat, because everyone's donated so much already, we're now at a point where, I said before, it was like £3.50, everybody watching, and a few more people are now watching, but now it would only be £2.50. So that's the magic of working together. That's the magic of friendship, everybody. Everybody watching would now only need to donate £2.50 for us to get all the way to the donor goal.
Is that, I think there is a religious narrative, even in the secular Israel, about the entitlement to the land, particularly after 1967, and holding on to the West Bank as part of Israel. And I think the entitlement to at least the occupied territories is tied in back of the mind, is that the legitimacy of Israel derives from the biblical narrative, not from the fact that it's recognized by the United Nations as a legitimate state. And I think that narrative has really grown in a way that subconsciously, even for people who are not religious, in a way that it really dominates the thinking, and in a visible way in the West Bank. And that's why a lot of people look away when they don't agree with the crazies who are killing or doing something, and they want to pretend it doesn't exist, but they're not entirely uncomfortable with the outcome.
Something that I wanted to...
That was really good. That was genuinely quite, like, quite powerful stuff, and, like, from a, fairly left position, actually. Like, again, if we scale up the logic a little bit, we start to see, oh shit, there's, like, unimaginable violence being unleashed every day upon people in some parts of the world and not in other parts of the world, and people want to look away from it, or they even get a little bit mad about it, but they ultimately benefit from the outcomes of the violence, which means that unless they're doing significantly more to stop that violence, right? That was genuinely very good. I'm not gonna just, like, pause to just say this is good and this is good and this is good, but, like, I do think it stands with my point that, like, what Ezra Klein has put together here is going to make a very positive difference in terms of the American liberal left.
Zoom in on a bit is the American narrative, actually, that you're getting at, which is, I think the American narrative thinks a lot.
And also, if anybody needed a drink check now, we've got chocolate milk, we've got coffee, right? And we've got, as always, Beepus.
About the failure of the peace process, the failure of Camp David in 2000. December, you'll hear about the failure of negotiations between Omer and Abbas in 2008. In 2009, Netanyahu comes back into power, and he has been now prime minister with short interruptions since then, which is a long time. I was going to bring this quote in later, but I think it's worth talking about now. This is something Netanyahu said recently, which I think helps shift maybe the understanding of whether or not what we're looking at is the failure of a process or the success of a project. Netanyahu said, "There will be no Palestinian state to the west of the Jordan River. For years, I have prevented the creation of that terror state against tremendous pressure, both domestic and from
Oh,
abroad."
shit, look at this. Hang on. This is speaking of the Samud flotilla. Let's just go over here for a second. Flotilla activists beaten and shot at by IDF, with 34 hospitalized in Greece. It's really fucking grim. God damn. Oh, I'm quite worried about my friend. Okay. Focusing on the stream. They also said that Tiago Avila and Saif Abu Kashek remain in Israeli detention currently, so I'm imagining they're going to be in quite a bad state when they do get released, because, like, I don't know if people remember the stories from the flotilla before, but, like, Greta Thunberg was treated in quite horrific ways. It's so insane in terms of, like, the liberal consciousness that, like, little Greta, the sweet Swedish climate activist autistic girl who went on strike because, like, the polar bears are dying, like, she got, like, routinely sexually humiliated and, like, assaulted and like fucking horribly mistreated and abused by Israeli forces. And, like, it's just the way that people pass outside of the empathy bubble of a liberal when their politics shift past a certain amount of left radicalism is so crazy making. Thank you so much, Rambunctious Red Ranger, for the £5 tip. Then pay me. Yes, ma'am. Have a happy May Day. This is the spirit we need from more chatters. I need to say, pay me, and you need to say, yes, ma'am. Sorry, I just enjoy people talking this way. It's cute. Apple Chips, the video game, says, speaking of drink check, look at Ezra's table. Apple Chips, you're gonna make me go over it all again. Listen to me. Listen carefully. There is important maths going on here. Okay? Okay. The New York Times, it's a big organization. There are many people there. This is a one-woman show over here. Okay? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cups on this table with 3 men talking. 6 cups between 3 men, that's 2 drinks each. Okay? How many calories, how much hydration do their brains need? 2 drinks worth for this conversation. How much do I need? 1 chocolate milk, 2 coffee, and 3 beepus. Okay, so we see on raw calorie and hydration count alone, there is clearly... Let's carry on with the video, I don't care.
We have done this with determination.
You will get the bit at this point. I'm just gonna, like, as soon as I hate landing jokes, honestly. Like, I'm just like, I know they've gotten the point now, so I'm just gonna go.
And with astute statesmanship. Moreover, we have doubled the Jewish settlement in Judea and Samaria, and we will continue
Also pay me
on this path. Mark, when you listen to that, what do you hear?
I think it's a very honest and direct statement of the reality. I think that, again, I do think that there was a serious effort to negotiate a 2-state solution under Oslo. For all of its flaws, it was real, but Netanyahu opposed that at the time and was very happy to bring it grinding to a halt when he first became prime minister.
Mark, we got a quote here from Benjamin Netanyahu where he says, Greater Israel is from the West Bank all the way around the entire world to the East Bank. All of the world should be in Greater Israel. I'm going to kill every Palestinian and I'm going to conquer the entire world. Do you have any thoughts on that? What would your take on that be?
In 96. And I think he's been extremely consistent his entire career. And I think that has really, been part of his political success in a way of being able to position himself as the one who was able to advance this particular project. And I don't think that Americans are blind to this. They tend to look at it as Netanyahu is the problem. He's always pushing back. He's always slowing things down. He's always giving us problems. And if we could just get rid of Netanyahu, if we could just find a way to get a more reasonable alternative as Israel's prime minister, then we can get back to the business of a two-state negotiations and the like. And that's always been a very willful misreading of the situation. I think that Netanyahu isn't like a magician who is somehow convincing an Israeli public to accept this. He's reflecting what I think is a real and a steadily growing kind of center position in Israel, which is they really don't see the need for there to be two states. The left wing in Israel back in the 1990s, they were consumed with the idea that Israel had to make a choice between being Jewish or being democratic. And if you annex the West Bank, if you control the West Bank and Gaza, then you get to a demographic situation where Jews are no longer a majority in this territory. And I think that dilemma was resolved a long time ago. They chose to be Jewish, not democratic. And the vehicle for doing that was the perpetuation of this idea that eventually someday there will be a two-state solution, maybe, but we don't need to think about.
It's now going to seem like I'm mad at this guy and I like the other guy because I'm being more critical here. But like, it's not just Jewish though, is it, right? Right? Like, we all know about how... Maybe we don't all know here about how Ethiopian Jews have been treated by Israel, but it's a white supremacist state. Like, it's a white supremacist project. Like, it's bringing predominantly the demographic change has been that white Jewish people, mostly from America, have been the growing population over the period of time of the existence of what we call Israel. Like, it's a white supremacist project, and it's not just I think to call it a Jewish supremacist project, as I've seen some people do, is like is falling for some of Israel's rhetoric in a way that Israel does itself rely on anti-Semitism, and therefore becomes a bit of an anti-Semitic statement. Like, it's a white supremacist settler colonial project, and to just talk about like the proportion of Jewish people there, like, I mean, plenty of people are Arabs and also Jewish, right? And like, they're not treated well in Israel either. Like,
giving any kinds of rights to the Palestinians. And again, I don't think that Americans were blind to this. I think that they were just willing to go along with it because it was convenient to do so.
So we have to talk about the West Bank, we talk about Gaza, but there are many Palestinians living in, Israel proper, Israel's traditional borders, however you want to call it. One of the arguments you make in the piece is that the one-state reality is, quote, based on relations of superiority and inferiority between Jews and non-Jews across all the territories under Israel's differentiated but unchallenged control. Israeli Jews I know often make the point of telling me that Palestinians in Israel have equal rights.
Will Treason says, chat, please learn from my mistake. If you have multiple gauges of needles that all look the same, color code them. Babe, we have... Literally all of my needles are color-coded. You should change the supply that you are getting your needles... Like, you should change up where you're getting your needles from if they're not color-coded. Because, like, at the needle exchange that I volunteer at, we exclusively stock needle tips that are color-coded by gauge size so that this exact thing can't happen. So you should definitely change up your supply, I think.
That they are equal citizens in Israel proper, and such that Israel is a democracy. In fact, it is a multi-ethnic democracy. Why don't you agree?
No, we didn't say we didn't agree. Actually, we put it on a scale. From on the one end, you have citizens who do have civil rights and can vote and get elected. They're discriminated against in a very real way, some structurally and in practice for sure. But then on the other hand, you have these Gaza and the West Bank on the other end of the spectrum. So we look at it as a spectrum. So the reality is, if the chief of police is supremacist Ben-Gvir, who thinks a Jewish life is more valuable than Arab life, it's not about citizenship. It's about ethnicity. It's about religion. And there are fears already. You could see the tension. It's hard to also decouple, particularly in times of war and crisis. But what happens is that, let's say you're in a factory together You have
And to be clear, sorry, I just want to clarify some of the, like, I think racial dynamics going on here from my perspective. Like, I'm not trying to say anything like groups outside of white people are not capable of having like a supremacist racial attitude. Obviously they are, right? Like just super obviously they are. A classic example to help people get their head around this, if people have no idea what I'm talking about, would be the genocide in Rwanda. Like was between two groups of people that a lot of people in the imperial core would just say are African, right? Like and would be not understanding the stuff that was going on there. But crucially, during colonial times in Rwanda, the white colonists gave certain preferential treatment to one group over another group in a way that informed dynamics between them, right? So it's like it's important to balance an understanding that any group can have supremacist and racist and ethnic cleansing attitudes towards other groups, but also that like the real history of the world is nowhere is untouched by the legacy of white supremacist colonialism. And Israel is in fact very, 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 very touched by the legacy of white supremacist colonialism because it's doing white supremacist colonialism now. So it's like, I guess what I'm trying to say in all of this is that like, it is Jews and it's white Jews in the Israeli like project. It's not like, yeah, like it's not either or.
Israeli citizen who's Jewish and Israeli citizen who is an Arab, and they're working together, and they post on social media, and the Palestinian is saying this is genocide again. What's happening? What the Israelis are doing, and the Israelis saying go to the army, and they're sitting next to each other. What do you think is going to happen to them?
So then where on the spectrum prior to October 7th is Gaza for you? Because when I speak to Israeli Jews about this, their view is that they did not have control of Gaza. They had withdrawn from Gaza. And after they withdrew, Gazans chose Hamas, a group dedicated to Israel's destruction. And eventually the result was October 7th. And so to many Jewish Israelis, the lesson of the Gaza withdrawal is not that they had too much control, but that they had too little, that they had offered too much autonomy, and more than 1,000 of their citizens paid a terrible price for that. So when you include Gaza in this period in the single state reality, how do you explain?
Dog, I don't fucking know. Like, he's still doing it. It's just like, he's just still doing it. And it's very, 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 very hard to tell when he talks about October 7th, whether he is playing to the same audience and trying to get them to understand stuff, or if he is genuinely still so captured by this propaganda. But just like, Israel has been killing Palestinians for such a fucking long time. Like decades and decades and decades and decades. And yes, October 7th was a very traumatic terrorist attack for people who were choosing to live in land taken in recent years from people who had been herded into an open-air prison on the other side of a border that they were living right next to, you know? And I'm not saying that to say that they deserved getting killed in the terrorist attack. I'm just saying that, like, you can't ignore that in the context of the attack happening, and it's not just about, like, the radicalization of Hamas. It's also about those people choosing to be there and participate in that project. But look, right, there are kids, you know? Like... There are people who were born in Israel. They didn't choose to participate in that. They were born into it. And I'm not saying I'm holding the standard of absolutely everyone should, like, refuse conscription and should know from a young age and be that radicalized. It takes time for people to evolve, like politics to evolve. This is one of the hideous things that extremely violent state projects do, is that they capture the population and they educate them, they miseducate them in statist propaganda for whatever their nation believes in. But it's just, he pauses to like pour over the incredible tragedy of the people who were killed in October 7th, when 70 times as many people were killed in the 2 years after, and 700 times as many people were displaced from their homes, and before then, like scores more people were killed by Israel first.
In that.
Well, first of all, with regard to October 7, obviously it's a horrific attack, and there's nothing justified. I mean, we can analyze it politically. We can analyze and explanation, justification, not one and the same thing. A lot of people kind of conflate the two sometimes when you talk about it. But control doesn't mean you have to be there physically. Certainly, Gaza didn't have sovereignty. It can't. Gazans couldn't go in and out without Israeli permission. So when you're controlling the water, when you're controlling the electricity, when you're controlling the trade, when you're controlling the movement of people, when when you're controlling the money even that goes in and out, I think that I know that many Israelis buy that. It's an easy way out, but in reality, this was not the case.
Can I add something here? Because what's very interesting about this is that, if you look.
Okay, I think I should just embrace that when I'm saying chat is going to get mad at this, I should be prepared that actually I'm going to get quite mad at the thing, and I should just say we're all going to get a bit mad at this. I'm so frustrated. It's just like, oh, dude. Okay.
At the role that Gaza played in all of this and in Israeli politics, that in effect, this became actually...
Middle-earth Marxist says, actually the attack was very justified per the UN stance on resistance to occupation. What Israel did by enacting its Hannibal Directive was the true horror on that day. I just like... Yes, if people don't know about this, like international law basically says that people who are under occupation, it's basically okay for them to use any means necessary to resist it. And like the nature of Israeli settlement is that they put the bodies of their citizens on the line so that there's an eternal justification to do more violence to Palestinians for fighting against the state of Israel by killing their citizens, right? And it's just... I'm so frustrated. There is a line. There is a quote from Golda Meir. Was she the first female president, Prime Minister of Israel? I'm not sure. But she was Prime Minister of Israel. And this line, when you know it, and you are discussing or learning about, or seeing other people discuss the politics around Israel and what it has done and its existence and its history, you just apply it over and over again, and it actually explains like basically everything. She said, we can forgive them for killing our children. We cannot forgive them for making us kill theirs. And it's just like the discussion around like Israel or Hamas like killing non-combatants like civilians. It's just all there, really. Okay, chat. I have been streaming for 3 hours now. I am working. This is my job I'm doing right now. I really like to get paid for doing my job. It's usually normal that when you do your job, you get paid. I get paid when people choose to pay me. I'm asking you to choose to pay me now. We're aiming for £200 by the end of the stream, which will be probably less than an hour away now that I've been streaming for 3 hours already. If everyone watching... Oh my goodness, Willow Treason just donated £3, so preempted me there. with the message, coffee, water, apple juice, iron brew. Only with my extraordinary powers of hydration have I become smart enough to know to give Sophie money. I guess Chad just has to get on my level. Thank you, Willow. I really appreciate that. What was I going to say? Yes, I'm saying, everybody, please donate. Please support me. Please pay me for doing my job. I really appreciate when people donate. And also, it also, is a core part of how I pay the bills and keep my lights on and afford food and everything I need to live a nice life. So please use command tip. And if everybody watching right now gave £3, like Willow Treason just did, we would sail past the end of the donor goal, actually. But my point is that even small donations matter. So if you can afford to support me, please, please, please support me. And VOD watchers, please check out my Patreon on the link below the VOD.
What seemed to be a very sustainable and kind of workable situation for a very long time for Israel by withdrawing from Gaza and establishing this kind of control from the outside and controlling all the points of access and for everything. That gave them the ability to kind of regulate things, turn it on or off. And if Hamas was running it, that's okay. In a sense, Hamas functionally became something like the Palestinian Authority in the sense of providing enough security on behalf of Israel to make sure that things didn't blow up too much. There's this huge scandal in Israel, as you know, about Netanyahu supposedly, working with Qatar and signing off on the transfer of significant funds from Qatar to Hamas. But there's nothing especially scandalous about this if you're in a situation of basically maintaining enough stability so that the problem doesn't have to be dealt with anymore. And I think that's what was happening in Gaza. From the perspective of people in Gaza, this was a horrific life, right? You're living in a situation where you don't have sufficient access to food, to water, to medicine, to leave and go see the outside world, all these other things. You're at the mercy of Israel. They can cut it off at any time. But at the same time, you did have the tunnel system going out into the Sinai, which allowed Hamas to engage in enough smuggling to make sure that the needs would be met, but also to ensure their own power. In other words, it's a very symbiotic relationship where Hamas could stay in power and thrive under the situation of blockade, even if many Gazans suffered. Israel didn't have to worry about trying to deal with a very hostile and difficult environment. And up until October 7th, this seemed like a workable situation. And I think that is
it's sustainable quiet.
Part of why it was such a profound shock on October 7th, because up until that moment...
says, oh, the tunnels, that makes it all right then. Yeah, I just in many ways, the situation did not change on October 7th. That's the thing that that is the thing that we at core have to understand. In the same way that in the same way that 9/11, right, revealed to a bunch of people the situation with America, the deal with America and what America is doing to the world. October 7th did this for Israel.
It really seemed, from an Israeli perspective, from Netanyahu's perspective, that this was working. Maybe it wasn't a long-term solution, but solutions are overrated.
And as I understand it, this is one of the reasons that the intelligence that is signaling something like October 7th is coming is discarded. It's not that Israel had no warning, but that there was such a strong belief that Hamas wanted to maintain its current situation, that they would not dare to upend the equilibrium so violently, causing this kind of Israeli response.
Yeah, and I think also, Gaza doesn't have, for all Israelis, doesn't have the same status as the West Bank. Now, it's true that Ben-Gvir and some people like Ben-Gvir, who's now the chief of police, who comes out of a very far right party, that he did say he wanted to at some point have essentially ethnic cleansing in Gaza. They should be removed somewhere else. But in general, I think if you look even among the right, Likudniks, the Likud party of Benjamin Netanyahu throughout, there were voices that kind of wanted maybe Gaza not be part of the overall Israel. So there's a mixture. I don't think the Israelis were all unified about what would happen with Gaza. At some point, they even preferred it going back to Egypt. The
This is
Egyptians
rather
didn't.
frustrating because I guess it's. But this is again like they're trying to get across to people who believe, who have been like holding a very stubborn line on this stuff. But like, all I was gonna say was like taking people at their word about this stuff. I'm not even calling people liars. It's just you're not appreciating social dynamics. You're not appreciating the social organism as a whole. Like, Israel started with settler colonialist like forces alongside and also against like the British colonial mandate of Palestine, and Israel gaining independence got it to this place where these like Jewish armed gangs had a little state, and then it was at war with the Arab state of Palestine, and then it was being backed by the global hegemon America, and like the trajectory of Israel this entire time has been genocidal, but like I think for some people, whether they realize it or not, the project as it exists right now is about navigating the final steps, which are unavoidably genocide, unavoidably extinguishing the last parts of Palestinian culture and territory and society. And it was always headed in this direction. Like, if you've heard of Dante Alighieri, the poet who wrote Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso, the Divine Comedy, you may be aware that he was exiled because he was the loser of like a political squabble in Florence in his time. The political squabble was specifically that he was part of the Guelphs, who were a faction who were arguing basically that the Pope should be in charge of everything, whereas the Ghibellines, their opponents, were arguing against the Pope being in charge of everything. And then there were white Guelphs and black Guelphs who were divided on how much control the Pope should have. And they were arguing after they'd already defeated the Ghibellines and there'd already been like open violence fighting about this stuff. And the side that supported the Pope had already won, right? And Dante, he was on the side that was saying, we should have a little Pope. Just a little bit of... Like, he was on the side that was saying the Pope should be checked by some amount of, like, democracy or whatever. And obviously he got, like, exiled, and his whole faction got, like, driven out of town by the guys who were just, like, fanaticals, because this kind of thing, like, so many times throughout human history, like, conflicts drive like the prevalence of the fanatics. You know, the longer and more intensely the conflict goes on, and people may have been saying with their words from their mouths that they don't think that Israel should be genocidal and extinguishing all the Palestinians, exterminating all the Palestinians, extinguishing Palestinian society and culture, and seizing its territory. They might have been saying that. But this is the nature of social organisms. It's a thing without mind, memory, or center. The words people say don't really have that much of a bearing.
Want it.
Chat, I've been streaming for nearly 3.5 hours. Please support the stream. If you're enjoying the stream, you can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip.
So I don't think they all have universal views of what Gaza should be, but now I think they do.
So October 7th does shatter this equilibrium. It shatters Israel's sense of security, sense that any of this was working or could work. It traumatizes Israeli society. There are hostages who have the last of them only came home fairly recently now. I still think it is impossible to overstate how much that has remained a live trauma. But the part of this that I think we have followed in America, to the extent we followed it, is the war in Gaza. Very quickly after October 7th, life begins to change in the West Bank, too. So tell me a bit, Mark, about what begins to change.
I think that you really capture well this idea of this being a genuine national trauma and just really kind of shattering a lot of the boundaries and the taboos that had previously kind of shaped Israeli strategy and Israeli political life, and things that previously had been unthinkable became thinkable. And as you said, in Gaza we saw how that played out, but in the West Bank, what I think you saw was the real unleashing of the extreme right-wing settler movement, who now began working almost in partnership with the Israeli state, with the Israeli government, in ways that in the past there had been some degree of restraint, where you might have had extremist settler groups who were trying to expand, establishing hilltop settlements, trying to take more land and then daring people to stop them from doing so. And after October 7th, that really began to change, where now it was a much more direct and coordinated movement to take more territory, to expel more Palestinians, to seize houses, to destroy olive trees, to destroy kind of agricultural land. Again, it went beyond just toleration and often into active coordination, where you would have IDF troops standing by and watching, making sure that that things would get done. And the idea that this was something which would have to be done secretly, that it would have to be done in the dead of night and then dare people to pull them back, that changed. Now it's in broad daylight, it's on social media, and it's actually presented in this veil of legitimacy, like this. We're not just taking land, we're asserting a claim that this is legitimately our land in ways that I think would have repelled many people in Israeli society before October 7th. And now I think they're more receptive, at least to the idea.
You probably both saw this event. It became an international incident functionally, where there was a team of CNN reporters in the West Bank. They were reporting on settler violence in the West Bank. And they're stopped and, I would say, threatened and detained by Israeli soldiers. They're showing their passports, or they're showing themselves to be journalists. But there's this remarkable conversation they have with some of the soldiers.
עם ישראל חי.
אין לכם אישור להיות פה, גם בחוק ישראלית.
עוד מעט תהיה חוק.
גם בחוק ישראלית. זה לא יישוב עכשיו. זה לא יישוב חוקי, כן?
נכון.
זה לא יישוב חוקי.
אבל זה יהיה יישוב חוקי.
זה יהיה?
כן.
אוקיי.
לאט לאט.
איך אתה יודע את זה?
לאט לאט.
בגלל העזרה שלך, כן?
בוודאי. אני עוזר לעם שלי.
And I mean, the soldier explicitly describes that what they're doing is revenge because a settler was killed in a car accident, it seemed, as I understood it. You saw like the level of interplay between the settler violence and the Israeli army, which, one of the things that we were looking at when we were preparing for this episode was the way the composition of the Israeli military, Israeli cabinet officials, but Israeli military leadership has changed. And the Israeli military leadership used to be like highly professionalized, often very centrist. There's been a sort of rolling purge replacement under Netanyahu as he's tried to put people who are more loyal to him into senior positions. In order to sustain itself, his coalition has had elements that, in Israel, like Ben Gvir and Smotrich, had been seen as much more extreme. But you look at what senior people now say, and it's fairly shocking. So the Shin Bet, which is one of Israel's internal security forces, one that at times would, prosecute radical settlers for violence, its leader, David Zinni, has now said that the Palestinians are, quote, a divine existential threat, that messianism is not a dirty word. And this one in particular, we will return to Zion, and we will have an army, warriors, and wars, and the kingdom will return to Israel. Such is the way of redemption in days of yore and in our time. And when that is what the people leading the security force.
So this is like, that moment might be a really, really like a pinpoint example of what I'm getting at with what's going on here, I guess, because like that's incredibly frustrating to hear the point he's making from my position and from the kind of position I'm assuming for the chat and the VOD viewers. Like, we know. We know this already, Ezra. We get it. We know. We've already known this. We've known this the whole time. It was incredibly obvious what was going on the entire time. Because, yeah, like, it's like with the incident he was just referring to with the soldier who was going against the law but was like, yeah, well, I'm doing it because I'm helping to expand Israel and we're getting more territory. I know what I'm doing. Like, I actually didn't know about that until watching this. Like, I was not aware of that incident. It doesn't really register to me, right? Like, it's just like, right, the Israeli, like, I knew in a kind of general way, like, the Israeli government and military are helping the most violent of settlers to push forward with grabbing more territory. I hadn't heard about this specific incident. And it's frustrating to us just like because it seems to be very obvious. And if you imagine it from the perspective of like, if you imagine yourself just only a fucking micrometer to the left of Ezra Klein, you could see what he's doing as being pretty good, right? Like, because he is taking some time here with people who he knows that like their credentials are good, and like a lot of liberal Zionists will see them and be like, this is a legitimate conversation, and he's very carefully reading back the record of like what's happened here and how sorry, this guy's face. The record of what's happened here and what Israel's and Israeli politicians like stated motives have been for a long time. What was I going to say? It is 11 p.m. here, chat. I'm very tired. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours now. Please support the stream if you're enjoying the stream.
Are saying, like, you can imagine how the security force itself is operating. How do you understand that sort of military paramilitary dimension that has emerged in the West Bank?
Yeah, I think that has always been there, but it's gotten much worse, particularly because of the fact that you have people like Ben-Gvir, who has a say, but even on makeup of certain units. And so, yes, CNN captures that in this particular case, but it happens every day. I mean, we've had, I think, over 100 such incidents just over the past month in March. And the military, when people say, oh, it's just the settlers, yes, of course, they're just the settlers who are actually carrying out the violence, but they're being empowered by the military. You know, even if the military don't necessarily sympathize with them, even under the best of circumstances, they're going there to protect them. But it's not under the best of circumstances because you have units who actually are very sympathetic with them and therefore see the project that the settlers are pursuing to be perfectly legitimate.
And what role do the settlers play? I mean, there's this concept out there between functional and dysfunctional settler violence. And dysfunctional is when it creates international anger, when they go after a CNN camera crew. Functional is when, and it's a very cold term, but it's when they're being used a little bit as a tool of ambitions that the state actually has. I mean, I've talked to many people in Israeli human rights organizations who say the way to understand what is happening in the West Bank is ethnic cleansing. And it may not look like that to Americans because people are staying in the West Bank largely, although some leave and are pushed out. But that the...
Sir, Ezra... Despite everything, it's still very sloppy. It doesn't look like ethnic cleansing to Americans because people are staying in the West Bank, except some are pushed out and some leave. Yeah, man. This is just like that insufferable shit that liberals love to do when they're denying genocide, and they go like, well, this group wasn't completely destroyed, so it wasn't a genocide. And it's just like, but if they were trying to do it and they killed a bunch of people, then it was.
Totality of living under settler violence and settler threat, and then military violence and military threat and police violence and police threat, to say nothing then of this bureaucratic machinery that says you don't actually have claim to your land because you don't have papers. It never existed in the way, that the land was, passed down through generations. And what it's doing is functionally pushing Palestinians onto a smaller and smaller part of the West Bank, which creates more room for Israeli Jews to settle there. So how should one understand the settlers? I mean, I think they used to be presented certainly in the American conversation as like a splinter religious sect, but that's not what they're doing now.
No, this is a long-term project which they have been, trying to execute and carry out for many decades, and now they have a permissive environment in which they can move much more aggressively and with functional state support. I mean, we used to make these distinctions back in the old days about the bedroom settlements. Basically, you want to get a cheap apartment, you're basically in Jerusalem anyway, and you just go there. You're not ideological. And when they talked about land swaps after the old Oslo negotiations, that's what they were talking about. Just you would just Israel would annex those like big settlement blocks that were very close to the border, and then meanwhile you had the radical settlers who were out, the ideological settlers who were out there establishing hilltop settlements and going close to Palestinian population centers, and they were seen as primarily the source of the problem, but as you said, that they were seen as a relatively minor kind of fringe element within this broader settler movement. And I think a lot of that has been reversed now, where I think that this messianic notion of reclaiming the land of Judea and Samaria is now actually at the heart of a large state-supported movement in which the settlers are not just a fringe that are challenging the state. They really are, in many ways, a leading edge of the state project, which
I just wish that we got to we could get to a place with like revolution worldwide where like ideology could be a taught subject in schools. And like we could all just have like a basic ground level, like same page ideology 101 understanding of like how ideology works and like systems of social human behavior work, because it's just like yes, the excesses. We're talking about excesses here, right? Like excesses are a way that a system gets to define its identity by pointing to the things that are being done that are clearly part of the same system but are the most extreme parts of the system, and it can point at those bits and go, no, I'm not those things are over there, right? And it's like the manosphere is the excess of patriarchy, and like a bunch of this settler violence that stuff that they're discussing up until a certain point was an excess of Israel, and now Israel has embraced it because it got pissed off. Right? And it's like, if the nation can suddenly shift so quickly after a terror attack to being like, no, we completely condone and embrace and support this, actually, and we're sending our troops to support it, it just makes it so transparent. But yeah, I just really wish that like ideas like ideology and human systems, social systems having excesses and how excesses work were like common knowledge.
Is to capture and colonize as much of the West Bank as possible. People talk about the growing lawlessness on the West Bank, and from a Palestinian perspective, it is very much about lawlessness. You have no recourse. You cannot protect yourself. When settlers come and drive you off of your property and uproot your trees and kill your livestock, you have no recourse. But it's not lawlessness in the sense that there's no policemen or there's no military. It's actually the opposite. This really is something which is being supported and enabled by the law, the actual functional law in that area. And so I think that it would be wrong to think about this as simply this, kind of random chaotic splinter element. I think that's much more now at the center of what is more or less official state ideology. The Kahanists have taken over, and they are implementing precisely the kind of strategy which they would have done in the past if they had been in the same position in Israeli, political society.
It's sort of the same as like when you see. Let's bring it back to a context people here will find like much more familiar broadly, like the Conservatives in the UK. Like the Conservatives in the UK imposing austerity and saying, yeah, we're just going to let a ton of people die, right? Like we're just, like studies show that like hundreds of thousands of people who otherwise wouldn't have did die because of conservative cuts. And it's just, if you take that from a completely like almost contextless moral stance, and you're just like, how do I assess this as a moral fact, a fact in the world? This party made policy decisions that killed hundreds of thousands of people who would have lived otherwise. Okay, well, like, that party should be, like, illegal. Like, it should be illegal for that party to exist. And I'm talking about, like, the 2010s here, like, early 2010s. To be clear, so I'm not talking about, like, now when the Conservative Party's completely collapsed and the replacement is just, like, fucking Nazis. Is the UK MAGA of the Reform Party. But just, like, if you step away from the Conservatives are baddies, but they're one of the two main parties, so they're gonna get in, and a lot of people you talk to are conservative and vote conservative. If you step away from this context a bit, and you're just like, well, look at this, what happened here? These people made policy decisions for their personal enrichment and their personal short-term gain, and they killed hundreds of thousands of people. You recognize... I mean, for one, you recognize the eternal genocide of the poor and working class. But you recognize that, like, part of what's normal is this incredible, like, unbelievable systemic violence. And then, like, the ridiculous thing about, like, the way that austerity after the financial crisis seamlessly became, like, the cost of living crisis that became the, like, ever rising cost of living that we just, like, keep on finding new names for, and the force that we've been living through for the past, like, almost 20 years since the financial crisis, economically in the imperial core, is just this constant ratchet where, like, the amount that the poor have to live just gets smaller and smaller. And then poor people put the work in of making that work. They pick up a second job, they shop at a cheaper supermarket, they buy less stuff, they eat less food, they repair clothes or keep clothes that are damaged. And they just find a way to make it through. And that work that they're putting in is the work of making the system sustainable. But just, like, that's a perfect example of, like, incredibly normalized violence. And I guess the allegory I'm making, because he was just saying about, like, the Kahanists are in charge, like, they've won in the, you know, political battle from being relatively fringe before. But, like, the fact that reform have replaced the Conservatives and stand to gain a lot of seats and a lot of power, and without a strong left alternative could potentially even become the government of the UK, like, that's very obviously related to the willingness to do that kind of violence, like the violence of austerity that the Conservatives were doing before, and for it to be normal and to be treated as normal and normalized and not, like, prosecuted. Like, I'm not even saying, like, fucking give David Cameron the electric chair or anything. I'm just saying that, like, if studies can show very conclusively that the party's policies are doing things this catastrophically bad, then, like, one thing you would probably want in a free democratic society is for there to be a balance in place where, like, that party can't be in power anymore, or at least those people can't be in any governments anymore. Whatever, just, like, various different measures in place to be like, yeah, we're not going to have the guys who are very happy with their decision to have killed hundreds of thousands of our people.
In the state.
Well, it seems to me there's a braided rationale that emerges, and that I think is quite important, that there's a messianic dimension of this. People, Israeli Jews, who believe Judea and Samaria, you know, as they call it, is guaranteed to the Jews in the Torah. But for more secular Israelis, there is a shifting understanding, it seems to me, in my reporting, in my going there, of what the settlements are, of what these outposts are. And they go from a radical religious project to something like a century system. if the problem in Gaza was that Israel didn't have people there, didn't have boots on the ground, didn't have effective intelligence, all of a sudden the settlements and the outposts and the settlers become a way of...
Chat, this is a pause entirely just to say, please, please donate. I am quite poor. I need money. Please help me. There are about 40 people watching. I'm just going to say, if everybody donated right now £3, we would get to the donor goal right away. I'm only going to be streaming for under like half an hour more, so please, please do donate. You can support the stream by subscribing or cheering, but I most of all appreciate you donating directly using command tip. I'm trying to raise money for, well, I'm trying to raise money for my general expenses, but I've increased the dono goal amount this month because I'd like to raise a bit extra cash to do a little birthday trip. So please use command tip. It's !TIP and donate, and even donations as small as £3 make a big difference if everybody does them. So please, if you haven't donated so far this stream, if you haven't donated at all before, if you regularly watch my stuff, I mean, you're watching it right now. I am working right now, and you are watching my content. Please pay for my content. Thank you.
Being sure that no violence, no horror, nothing like October 7th is going to rise out of the West Bank. And so...
Would it be fucked if oh my god, I didn't even put the screen back on. I'm gonna have to rewind, sorry. Would it be fucked if I like paused the stream until a dono came through? I was just like, no one's having any content until... Oh, thank you, Apple Chips. I guess we can carry on now. I wasn't actually doing that. But Apple Chips tipped £3 with the message, !tip, our girl chatters. Thank you, Apple Chips. I agree. Everyone should tip me. I kind of fumbled the joke by being in the middle of saying, what if I held up until someone donated, and there was immediately a dono. I meant to change back to this screen over here. Okay. Yes, once again, please support the stream if you can support the stream. Apple Chips just donated £3. Before that, half an hour ago, Willow donated £3. If everybody, especially people who haven't donated so far, donated £3, we would get to the donor goal tonight.
Gaza was that Israel didn't have people there, didn't have boots on the ground, religious project to something like a sentry system. If the problem in Gaza was that Israel didn't have people there, didn't have boots on the ground, didn't have effective intelligence, all of a sudden the settlements and the outposts and the settlers become a way of being sure that no violence, no horror, nothing like October 7th is going to rise out of the West Bank. And so it seems to me that what you have happen, maybe for the first time, at least at this level, is a merging of the security establishment and the security thinking in mainstream Israel and the religious settler movement that wants the land as a kind of fulfillment of biblical prophecy. And together, these become a very potent force.
I think that really preceded October 7th. You know, if you look at the 2015 poll by Pew in Israel,
okay, no, I do actually just like this guy quite a lot. I think he is just he is actually just like maybe the best part of the conversation.
In 2015, more than a decade ago, found that, you know, half of Israelis supported removing Arabs from Israel itself, from who are citizens. And the poll showed that 79% of Israeli Jews believed that Jews should have privileges over non-Jews in Israel. So I think it crept in. I think now October 7th is a very good kind of rationalization, justification of a trend that has already taken place.
But I do think I don't want to interrupt you, and I agree with what you're saying, but I do want to argue that something changes here. So there's this chart.
Oh my fucking god. He just started telling him something. He just started telling Ezra something inconvenient to his narrative. And he was just like, so fucking hell. Oh, that's so frustrating. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't know. Just like you can't raise people in a society where they do treat some people as worth less than them and not have them like form that as an ideology. Like belief follows action an enormous amount of the time. And action follows what people believe. So there's this, there's this symbiotic relationship between belief and action. And it's just like if the reality for a long, long time has been, and it has been, that like Palestinians are treated worse, then obviously you're going to get to the point where like 79% of people think it's good for Palestinians to fake underscore nose and mustache has tipped £1.50. Very cute name. Thank you for the tip. With the message small donos chat. Sorry, small donos chat. Thank you so much. As I said, I really am heartened when like there are like a series of small donos, because it's just like, this is what I mean. Like everybody who watches, genuinely, like if everyone who watched my streams or my VODs donated like £1 even, because the VODs get a fair number of views, and obviously like a bunch of those are just people clicking and then clicking away, but even people who watch it like quite solidly, just those people, if everybody donated just £1, like I would genuinely be like relatively comfortable, not wealthy by any kind of stretch of the imagination, but just like, I wouldn't be worrying about anything. So there you go. For the record, VOD viewers, when you watch this back later, very few people support me from watching the VODs. I have been very heartened recently by the trickle of people who subscribe to the Patreon with the message, I'm a regular VOD viewer. That's been really, really cool. But just in general, like people don't. So like if you are considering it, you may have to pay for a few others. Chat, however, I'll try and make this the last reminder before the very end, but we're not going to stream for much longer at all. Please support the stream if you're enjoying the stream. There are 42 people watching right now. And as I said, if everybody watching donated just a little bit, we would get to the goal. Let's try and get past at least 100, because like we fairly regularly hit 150. But I think I might have scared people off by setting the goal high, despite it being International Workers' Day. Where's the solidarity? Okay, let's carry on with this. I honestly think that the issue is probably is more, I've got a really weird energy today because I'm crazy tired from organizing, and we're watching Ezra, and he's just like that, Why is he like that?
From Peace Now, tracking Israeli government approval of new settlements that I find really striking. In 2020, no new settlements are approved. 2021, none. In 2022, none. In 2023, the year of October 7th, 9 new settlements are approved. In 2024, it's 5. In 2025, it is 54.
Yeah.
54 new settlements approved by the Israeli government. So I think that ideologically what you're saying is true, but clearly the shackles came off.
No, I agree. I think that's true. I think there is something in terms of the permissiveness of what is happening on a scale that we had not seen. I agree with that. I mean, I think there's no question October 7th intensified it. What I've been pointing out to is that there is an implicit assumption of biblical legitimacy, even among secular Israelis. And it's very hard to think about this biblical legitimacy without entitlement to the West Bank. I mean, Hebron is more biblical than Haifa.
I'd say maybe like it's even landlord underscore obliterator has tipped £3. Thank you so much for the £3 donation. What did they do? What did they do to us? What have they done to us? What was I gonna say? Shit. Oh, the biblical legitimacy thing. I'll go further than what this guy is saying. Like, it's not just very hard to think about the biblical legitimacy idea without the West Bank. Like, it's impossible. Like, I think it's hard to passively absorb the idea of biblical legitimacy and then not also think that you should take the West Bank. But like, if you're actively thinking about it, like, you can't have half an Israel, you know? Like,
With what you're saying,
Ezra, can I come back to this your braided notion, because it's really interesting. I hadn't thought about it in quite that way before. I think there's a third component to it, which is really important that we don't want to miss, which is that I think many Israelis looked at what they see as almost the betrayal of Hamas, kind of playing their role in Gaza, and made an equation from that to the Palestinian Authority, right? That basically each of them was supposed to be providing stability and security. If Hamas did this horrible thing to us, Palestinian Authority might do the same thing. And I think that has led to a number of things. So you mentioned the approval of new settlements, but there's also withholding of tax revenues that's supposed to go to the Palestinian Authority. There used to be agreements on where Israeli forces could operate, Zone A and Zone B, not supposed to go into Zone A, and of the old Oslo agreements. And I think all of that basically went away. Is that now the entire West Bank became a permissive zone for the IDF to operate and for Israel to operate. And that leaves the PA in a very, difficult place. So what is it if it's no longer even a security subcontractor for Israel? What is its purpose now?
I agree that loss of faith is a profound part of this. I was doing a bunch of reporting before we had this conversation. And one of the things I found myself talking about with a number of Israelis who I talked to during this was the collapse of faith among Israeli Jews in simply the idea of political deals. That, this was true, I think, with their views, after the peace process. We tried a peace process and we got the second intifada. This was true to some degree in what you're saying about Hamas and Gaza. There was a sense that they were letting in more money and trying to stabilize. You can argue about their perception of this or their role in this, but in terms of how they see it, political deals, settlements, negotiations failed them. The only thing that is reliable is might and force and dominance and deterrence. That if I were to describe the entirety of the shift, and I mean, one reason I want to have you both on is that, as you say, this is the acceleration of trends that exist.
This is just like general. It's not totalizing. It's just that it is subtly showing through the core problem with Ezra Klein, which is like his belief in this spectacular politics, where there is like I don't know how to put it, like decorum, currency, people treating each other with like respect and like trading ideas in some sort of like high-minded forum, and actually like what people can get away with, often they will. The world isn't all fucking Hobbesian dog-eat-dog shit, but like at the same time, like a lot of people whose ideology is like that, like if they are left unchecked by other force, they will, and it's not an unusual situation. But I think that like it is something somewhat white supremacist, I think, in Ezra's thinking. And this is why it's really telling that he like consistently talks about like savagery or barbarism from Hamas, and he like talks about the tragedy of October 7th, and he doesn't use the same language, and not just the same language, but the same, generally emotive style around like the much like numerically larger things done by Israel. I think somewhat implicitly, I'm not going to say it's a very conscious thing for him, he seems to talk like white people in America and Israel, like their societies and civilizations are founded on rational debate and not on brute force that is used to clear a space and gather resources enough to allow people to show off their capacity for reason in a safe and comfortable environment. This is what we have to understand about like the arts and sciences within imperialist cultures, is that like because they are funded by imperial plunder, they are being funded to show that imperial plunder is good, to show that imperial savagery and barbarism are a good force in the world and are producing good things. They are not, in fact, the founding basis of these societies.
This is before October 7th. You cannot pin everything here on October 7th. But I think the most profound shift in terms of the mainstream of the country's orientation is that the only way to be safe is to dominate, to be there, to have your troops there, to have control of the Syrian airspace, to have a security zone in Lebanon, to have a security zone in Gaza, that there's no more belief in deals, right? Diplomacy, none of it. Like, you dominate, and that is how you are safe.
And not even deterrence, because deterrence still requires the other actor to behave in a rational way. And so even that is no longer seen as acceptable. So between Israel and Iran, there was basically a deterrent relationship for years. Between Hezbollah and Israel, there was a deterrent relationship that evolved. And I think Israel's no longer willing to accept that anymore, because it's not about their ability to dominate militarily, as you say.
I don't agree, actually, that Israel had worked with deterrence. I think the Israeli strategy from day one has been to have what they call escalation dominance. Escalation dominance is not mutual deterrence. It is.
I like this analysis. I can kind of see where he's going with this, but let's hear him explain it first.
One-sided deterrence.
Yep.
It is that whenever there's a fight with any party in the region, Israel can escalate it to the next level until it has the upper hand, and it will always have the upper hand. In my opinion, that is why Israel doesn't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, not because they fear Iran is irrational. I think that if North Korea doesn't use them and Maoist China doesn't use them, Stalinist Russia doesn't use them, the Ayatollahs of Iran is not going to use them. I think the reality of it, though, is that it neutralizes their upper hand, and that increases the chance of attrition.
It's crazy how you just listed all of these, evil and, horrible regimes that do all these terrible things, Maoist China and Stalinist Russia and North Korea, and they haven't used their nuclear weapons. And of course the Ayatollahs Iran is another evil regime, and it wouldn't use its nuclear weapons, just saying. So it's one country, a country that has used nuclear weapons then must be just something to think about. I don't know. Yes, this escalation dominance is a cool idea. Is a useful analytical tool here.
For them. And I think the problem when you have that.
Wednesday Heart Attack, welcome to the chat. I see you're a first-time chatter. Welcome in. You said Israel also has the backing of white supremacist big fascist states, I suppose. Yeah, I mean that's going to be part of why they're able to escalate in this way. I think I'm still going to hear this guy out because we don't know, but Iran has been able, I think, to seize some of the control of escalation, showing that Israel does not have complete escalation dominance because Iran has the Strait of Hormuz.
In effect, you're saying you have to have strategic dominance over every conceivable party in the Arab world and the Middle East. That's 500 million people, and you're a country of 10 million. In order to have that upper hand, there is no way you can sustain that without depending on the United States.
I want to talk about that broader regional question, and particularly the Lebanon and Hezbollah side is, but I want to talk about Gaza first.
Okay.
People listening to the show understand the scale of devastation and death that the war brought to Gaza. But what has happened since the ceasefire? What is the structure?
I think watching this back, I'm getting a lot more of the impression Ezra had his idea and his kind of mission statement to go into this and explain to people using the division that things changed around October 7th, and that's what we're going to understand. That's what we're going to use to be capable of being progressives and still ultimately being okay with Israel existing, but we'll find a place where we go, Israel became bad and it must be October 7th. And then this pushback that he's received is just it's just quite funny because I don't think he was expecting this.
Of Gaza now.
First of all, Israel, if Israel didn't control physically much of Gaza before directly, now it controls a little over half. So these are areas that were supposed to be buffer according to the ceasefire agreement that was negotiated by Trump to end the conflict, to end the war. Of course, the war has not ended because just yesterday there were 10 people who were killed. So fewer people are dying right now, but there's still a lot of people dying. But Israel has taken control of the so-called buffer zone and clearly intends to keep it. And Netanyahu has been saying so. He actually is taking credit that now we have more than half of Gaza, leveling it, keeping it, shooting anyone who comes near it. Inside Gaza, it's a disaster because you can see that what we've witnessed during the war is still ongoing in terms of still not enough aid is going in. Medical facilities are still in huge trouble. They haven't been repaired. Many of them are still not operational. People are still obviously living in tents or homeless, and the structures are destroyed or damaged. They've come up with this peace board that was supposed to be not only ambitious toward resolving the Gaza situation, but even replacing the UN Security Council at some point. It certainly hasn't done anything. And the worst part of it is that now nobody is looking at it.
So the structure of the Trump ceasefire plan was that what would eventually happen is Hamas would disarm and Israel would withdraw. Now, there was never really an obvious way to that. When I had Israelis, Jews on the show right after, they said that's not going to happen. And sure enough, it is not happening.
I guess I'll give like a counter interpretation, like running against what I've been saying so far, which is that like reality is just like bearing down on Ezra like second by second, and he's like trying to sort of bargain a position. like I guess you can view it two ways round, right? One is that he is trying to explain a more leftist position and understanding of the reality, more aligned with consensus reality to liberal Zionists, so that like they as a group, and he with them, can align more with consensus reality. The other understanding positions him less as explaining to them and more being them, and like trying to sort of bargain with reality as it exists. Chat, it's 11:30 at night here. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm going to go to bed. I will give this one intensive go here. If everybody donated right this second £2.50, we would get to the dono goal instantaneously. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'd love if you prove me wrong. Please use command tip if you wanted to fill up as much of the remaining goal in the last 2 minutes while I go find someone to raid into. And VOD watchers, if you've been enjoying the VOD, if you're watching on the VOD channel, we're about to wrap things up, but remember that there's a link down below where you can support me, and if you regularly watch my VODs on the VOD channel, you can check out my Patreon. I'm going to be back hopefully tomorrow night to stream some video games. My plan at the moment is Resident Evil, but we'll see. It might just be more Katamari. I think you should watch you should watch my social media, and if you're in the Discord, then I'll definitely tell you in the Discord what the plan is. Who should we raid? Would it be fun to raid Lucky Bun? Let's go raid Lucky Bun. I think that would be nice. That's a /raid. Okay, chat, you know the drill by now. We're all going to do our favorite animal noises. And we're going to get into Lucky Bun's chat. Lucky_bun. And I'm going to see you all tomorrow, and then I'm going to see you all Sunday evening as well for Red Planet, where we're talking to Joe from London Renters Union about the Renters' Rights Act and rent controls and tenant organizing generally. Okay, we got raiding into Lucky Bun. It's beginning. It's beginning, chat. Everybody make your favorite animal noises. Shirara, thank you so much for tipping £10, sponsoring a few other people for £2.50. Thank you, Shirara. I really appreciate that. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And Okay, are we all ready? Everybody making your favorite animal noises? How do I write a chinchilla bark noise? I don't know. That's a very good question, Apple Chips. Okay. Good night, everyone. Go make animal noises in Lucky Buns chat now. I hope you have a wonderful time over there, and I'll see you tomorrow for some video games for a well-earned bonus stream. Bye!